Hi everybody, how's it going? So I have not got long on my StreamYard, so if I do end up cutting out at some point, I think I'm coming into my final hours. So let's get this pinned, I think. Hello. Every time I do one of these, I always struggle for some reason putting the StreamYard link in the chat. Always struggle doing it. I don't know why it's so difficult for me to do. Hey Poppy, hey Paul, hey Carl. Hello everybody. Why is this so difficult to do? Share. Copy link. Right, hang on. Post comment. I hope this is going to work. Paste. Chat. There we go. How do you pin the link as well? I don't know how you pin a link. Oh, at least you know how to use the tech. That's more than me. only just. I only just know how to do it. If someone wants to come and join me, they're more than welcome to. Let's see who we have in today and where the chat leads to today. Hey, Danny. Let's see what happens. Have I pinned the chat? Have I pinned the link? I'm not sure if I have, but I'm not even sure how even to do it. I mean, I know I could put it at the top of the screen like that, but I don't know if that helps. I know there's a way of putting it in at the top of the chat, but I'm not sure how to do it. So, social interactions, everybody. What does everybody think about social interactions? Communication for me, communication is a big thing, which I kind of think is dwindling these days. It's not as good as it used to be. Everybody sort of presumes and jumps to conclusions. Hey, Power Play, not seen you for a while. I'm good, thanks. How are you? Get any questions in? Any any comments you want to make? And let's see where this discussion leads, eh? Local experimentalist is in the house. What's it like filming in London local and in walking into like shopping centres and malls and stuff? How are the security guards there? Because London's such a big tourist attraction. There must be loads of people walking around filming and whatnot, and especially when they walk into malls, why is it such a big deal for these security guards or these whoever? Why do they have it in their head that it's not allowed? Turned into an agoraphobiac. Well, I think we all have. I think we all have. You know what I mean? I think it's got to a point where it's sometimes it's just easy to keep yourself to yourself, because of how people are today. I don't want to place everybody in the same box because we're all different. But when it comes to interacting with each other, and going out in the public and, starting up conversations with people, it's such a hard thing to do. And especially today, everybody seems to want to lead the conversation in one direction, which is either politics or the virus, and it just gets so hard to just have a good conversation with someone these days. Keep putting your comments in, keep putting your thoughts in and what you think. See who else if anyone wants to jump on, then click on the link. I never have wore a mask and nothing has ever been said to me. Mummy neck. Are you going to take the vax? Not straight away, I probably won't. I'll probably wait a while. I'm not very big on vaccines and medication and all that lot. I really have thought it, weird thoughts around medication and all that lot. And I know for some people, I was discussing this in a live stream last night actually with some people and saying that, there's people who take so many medications for different reasons, and yet in some way it helps. Obviously it helps with certain conditions, it helps with certain things, but we don't know what the ins and outs of what these medications are doing. It might solve one issue, without knowing it could bring on something else. It could cause something else. And with the amount of medication that some people take, how is it not that they're clashing with each other and cancelling each other out? And you know what I mean? It's so when it comes to taking the vax, I just don't know. Probably not, like I say, straight away. Like I say, give it time and see what happens. Let them experiment on it first. I found that people don't talk much. Well, you know what I mean? There is some people that just don't. They're just very, very, very quiet and they just don't hardly speak to anyone. I'm one who can absolutely talk forever. I can talk and talk and talk and talk. But it has got to a point where I don't do much talking now because it's kind of like I feel like I put my foot in it. And like I say, you're always going to be judged with what you say, and you know what I mean? And conversations never work out too well. When I'm older, I'm more vulnerable. I'll consider the vax. Yeah, exactly. Death per how many getting the vax. I mean, it's how many people have had the vax now? How many people have already taken it? And how are they now? It'll be interesting to see down the line when people do take it, what how they feel, and how people are. Is it affecting them? It may not affect people for a long time. It might affect them years down the line. We just don't know. Uh, Like I say, guys, the link is in the chat if anybody would like to come and join me. Don't know if it's still showing or not. Go on brand new YouTube and click on explosive topics and you will see. Yeah, guys, you got, you like people say, you've got to be careful what you read into, and that's the other thing with today as well, is like people say to you, oh, go and do your own research and make up your own minds and things like that. But there's that much information now out there that where do you begin? And what's true and what's not? What's fake? What's not? It's so difficult to make up your mind of what's, what you should believe. And that's why I'm like, just use your own initiative. You've got a brain in there. You believe whatever it is you want to believe, whether other people do agree with it or they don't agree with it. Everybody's got their own their own mindsets. Everyone has a right to think what they want to think, despite what somebody else may think about it. Nobody can stop us thinking a certain way. Hey, Marie, how are you? Have you found any other nice live streams recently? Any other chat rooms on YouTube that you've settled into? Who are you enjoying watching? So I'll put the link in the chat again, because like I said, I'm not quite sure how to pin it, so I'll just put it in and click on it and come and join me if you wish. Let's get a good discussion in. I like having a good discussion. You know, we don't have to agree with each other. We don't have to agree on everything, but it's just about having a good adult discussion about things, you know. Hey, Audit Ed, how's things? Thank you, Marie. Yeah, it's a, you know, it is a relevantly drama-free room. I like the people who come in here. There's not much, you know, and animosity, is that the right word? I can't even say it, you know, going on. Oh, why haven't they locked down the airports? I mean, people have still got to travel to some extent. There's still, you know, people have got to visit family and have, you know, the reasons why people have still got to go abroad. You know what I mean? I mean, like you say, I guess in one way, if they could say, "Oh, let's go into a full lockdown and just shut everything, absolutely everything. Nobody's allowed to travel. Shut the train stations down. Shut." But you know, no buses can, and then that way nobody can travel. But it's not going to happen, is it? People still do need to get about, whether you know it is for essential reasons or not. People still do need to get about, don't they? Hey, Danny. Well, I mean, you can, Paul, if you really, really want to, you can. That's your choice. Nobody should tell you that you should not visit a family member. That it should be a decision you and your family should make between you, not the higher ups that should be telling you you can't do it. You know, let that be your decision. They can't. It's impossible to stop. It is impossible to stop. The only way they could stop it is by placing army on every street there is and stop people walking out the front door. And I mean, a few people have even said to me that is what we're getting to, but I don't know. I don't think it'll ever get that bad. I don't think it will get that bad. You know what I mean? Hey, Jerry, how's things? So yeah, anyway, let's sort of like I say, come away from the whole vax and the whole. I'm sick of hearing about the virus and things like that. My main topic of discussion today is, like I said, you know, if you look at the title, and it's bridging this gap between the public and security guards, and bridging this gap of filming out in public and people seeing it as such a bizarre thing, and that it's a crime, and that, you know, we do it up to no good if we walk through, you know, we walk through our town centre filming that we're up to no good. How do you get that link? How do you get that link of someone walking through the town centre with a camera in their hand and they're up to no good? I mean, did you all watch Charlie's video? It was a visit. It was a visitor to our town. You know, it was a visitor to our town. Is walking through the cathedral grounds, and is there, you know, to take a picture of the cathedral, and it gets approached and told, "Why are you filming?" Is it like, why is that so bizarre? You have a visitor to our town, and you've got a stranger coming up to you saying, "Why on earth are you doing that?" I really can't wrap my head around that. You know, it makes me wonder if these people have ever been bought a camera in their life. Did they know the purposes of what filming? You know, when it comes to filming, there could be a million and one reasons. It could be for news. It could be personal. It's a hobby. It could be, you know, like say you're visiting from somewhere else and you want to show. You could be potentially moving there and you want to show your family, this is where I'm moving to. This is the local area. There could be all sorts of reasons of why somebody gets out a camera and starts filming. You know, and yet it's seen as such a bizarre, obscure thing to do, and I just can't wrap my head around it. And especially for security guards, you know, and I think it's nothing to do with it's not allowed. I think it's more to do with they don't want you to, which is a big difference. But then we've got to ask these people why. Why do you not want to? And not, they give us such a pathetic answer because you can't, because you're not allowed, because we know we're allowed, but because you can't, because they don't, you just can't. They need to explain what the purpose is and why they don't want us to film. Manchester Audit, welcome. How are you? They can't stop filming in public as they would have to get rid of CCTV. Exactly. You know what I mean? I think, I think what someone said to me is they're so worried about us showing them off in a bad light. You know what I mean? They don't want us to film because they want to control what it is we're filming, and they're worried that if we go into a shopping centre and we're going to show them off in a bad light, you know what I mean? It's all right for the papers to come in there and say, look how amazing this place is, look how fantastic it is. Of course they're going to love that. But get somebody else who comes there and an incident happens, or it's not, they can't control that. But then, like I said yesterday in my video, if they really didn't want people filming in there, it get to a point where they ban anybody walking in there with a camera, which obviously, as we know, they wouldn't be able to do. They can't stop everybody walking through them shopping centre doors with a camera or a phone camera. They just can't do it. I'm convinced they grow weed above supermarkets. They're up to something. You know what I mean? Otherwise, why can't they just be so welcoming and say, come in, this is our shopping centre. We're happy for you to come in and film and, show off what it's like. Even in today when it's boring, when nothing's open, we're still showing off the layout of the shopping centre and what is there when, hey, Pinaki Reports, are you okay? I'll put the link in the chat again, so if anyone wants to jump on board, because like I say, I don't want to just ramble on about this. I do need someone else to come in and join me. Come and discuss your local, your recent videos, and yeah, come and discuss why, and has anyone got any good ideas how we can bridge this gap with security guards and put them on ease? You know what I mean? Put them on ease that we're not there to do something bad. We're not there to, it's nothing, harmful. How can we change this mindset around? How can we do it? I mean, again, it does all come back down to communication, and like I said, when you're walking into a shopping centre and they instantly see someone recording, they walk up to you and say, you're not allowed to record in here. If I've got the camera pointing at me, like I say, like I have now, and I could say, well, actually, what makes you think I'm recording you? What makes you think I'm recording the shopping centre? And it's just about a discussion, because obviously, quite clearly, you can see me. I'm filming myself right now. So what would be the difference when we're doing this and walking through a shopping centre? There's no difference whatsoever. And I've done it loads of times. Who hasn't walked through their local shopping centre recording it and filming it? Who has not done that, or taken a picture? Did I put the link in then? Yeah, I did. Come on, someone come and join me. Come on, don't be shy. Someone come and join me and put your thoughts across. It's hard reading comments, reading comments, because you can sort of put something and people take it in the wrong way, so it's always good to talk about it. I got told that it was because security were worried people might film themselves stealing. Why would anyone want to film themselves stealing? Did you mean stealing? What do you mean by that, power play? Yeah, come and explain that. It's a bizarre one. I mean, if anything, if I'm filming and I see an incident happening, like a crime, again, it just like it is outside. You film it, and you could potentially catch something on camera to help, help with an investigation if something were to happen inside a shopping mall, and you could potentially catch something that might help with the investigation, and then they'd be all like, oh, can we see what you filmed? Can we see it? It'd soon change their minds then if you potentially caught something. Hey, Batman, how are you? Yeah, it's bizarre. It is bizarre why, it's like if you see a busker out on the street or you see someone doing some street art, you won't walk up to him and stop him and say, excuse me, what is it you're doing? Excuse me, why, why are you doing that? That's a bit bizarre. You're doing that. What is it about filming? Has anyone ever filmed in a camera shop? That's actually quite a good question. Have I ever filmed in a camera shop? I'm not sure if I have actually. It's but that'd be a funny one if you walk into a camera shop and say you're not allowed to record in here. Well, I'm testing the products out. Is that okay? Yeah, I thought you meant stealing. But yeah, it's a bit of an odd. I don't know. I mean, saying that, there was people, there was a bit of a craze a while ago where, for whatever reason that they were doing it, these groups of kids were filming themselves going out and, like hurting someone, like ganging up on someone. And they gang up on someone with them and a group of friends and they'd film it. And I just thought, why would you're filming yourself hurting someone else? I don't get that. Hey, David, how are you? I don't understand why on earth anyone would film themselves committing a crime. I just that baffles me even more than somebody filming in general. Oh, who's my first guest? Manchester Auditor. Hello.
How's it
Hello.
going?
It's
Can
going good. Yeah.
Good.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Good. Thank you for joining me.
I just thought I'd jump in for this debate really because it's you have got a good one going on. I'm a former safety steward, and obviously we used to have to enforce rules at a football ground and at the Manchester Arena. And it's set out by the companies, these filming the building rules. So obviously the security guards are doing what they're told, aren't they? I'm not obviously.
So it's like the people in charge of the shopping centre telling the security guards there's no filming. Have they actually been told there's no filming inside this shopping centre?
They would be briefed when they start the job. So when obviously they start working there, they're briefed on obviously the policies of the shopping centre. So obviously it's the same for smoking, isn't it? They'd be told you can't film in here, you can't film here, you can't smoke in here. But
there's no signs up, is there?
There should be at the door. It's like when we worked as a steward at Bolton Wanderers, it was a case of even if they don't look at the signs, they've technically seen them, and therefore they've got to abide by the signs. So it would be the exact same for a shopping centre.
But again, like everyone says, is that the shopping centre's policy, or is it? Policy. So it's not the law, is it? So we're still. But because, like I say, at the end of the day, if filming wasn't allowed in a shopping centre, the CCTV shouldn't be allowed then.
But then obviously they'll say it's for security, so that they can track any shoplifters. There's anybody acting suspicious. I'm not defending security guards, and
no, but this is what I want. This is what I mean.
Filming in shopping centres should be allowed because not only are you publicising the shops that are in there, so you're doing them a favour, but
well, that's it. Yeah. I mean, I suppose, like, there will be reasons behind it, and I suppose some people who
I mean, it always comes back to
and there'll be people who will have bad intentions when it comes to filming. I can't really think of what them reasons are as such, but
it always comes back to terrorism, doesn't it? That's the thing. It's never going to change. Staying here he is. Gee
All
whiz,
right.
he's
The man
here.
himself, everybody, the man himself.
How you doing?
All right,
I'm
mate.
good. Thanks for joining us.
That's all right. I don't know if you can hear my telly because my telly's on and I've got my son. He's playing his bloody Switch. So if you can hear it, just tell me.
No, that's all right. It's good. It's all good. I can hear you nice and clear.
So what Manchester Auditor does say there was obviously they should have signs, but I've been in tons of shopping centres filming. Not one of them have got signs, and I've even raised this at the Fishergate Centre when I went to film the sign, and I shouted the security guard over, and I was like, "Right, show me the sign." They've got a sign up saying no rollerblading.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
No smoking, no rollerblading,
smoking,
no
But
firearms.
no filming
questions,
signs. Yeah.
you know that shit.
Yeah.
So I did ask him. I was like, right, well, why can you just stick a picture of a camera with a cross over it, and then I'll know, and I won't come in, you know. But anyway.
Like you when you went into the shopping centre the other day, and what is that different? It seems to be all right when he turned around and said, "You're okay to film yourself," like I'm doing now, having a cat.
Aye, the one in St. George's. Aye, yeah. So I told him.
Where's the difference in that of having your camera pointed at yourself and having it because you're still in the centre recording and you still are capturing the background when you walk through the shopping centre.
This is it. This is the problem. It's so it fluctuates so much with the rules. We don't know whether we're coming or going. One guy says I can film myself. One guy says no. One guy says I can't even record while I'm cutting through in St. George's, and yet the mall yesterday let me cut through while I was recording. It's just like it's here and there, and we don't know whether we're coming and going, and it's just like, don't get me wrong. I know
what makes me laugh though is they do all this, but then they have a Channel 5 documentary.
And going, and it's just like,
don't get me wrong. I know what makes me laugh though. But the other thing as well though, we've got echo going on here.
Yeah, make sure everyone's got the backgrounds turned off.
Yeah, anyway, what I was going to say is, you say that about the filming, but then they have a Channel 5 documentary going where they're filming the CCTV control room and the politicians and stuff. Yeah. It's like you're bothered about terrorism, but yet you're doing that in a shopping centre.
And showing off, because people say, "Oh, you're showing off where all the exits and entrances are, and the CCTV." You probably could do that. I can look it up.
One rule for one and one rule for us. You know what I mean? You're having big TV from Channel 5 in there, but yeah, we come in with a poxy phone and it's terrorism. Get out.
I know. And do you know what? Yesterday's at the end of your video yesterday, Kat, when you showed the 1990s walkthrough, I actually found some ancient. Not ancient, it was probably roughly the same time, from a video from the St. George's shopping centre in Preston, because back in the day it didn't have a roof, it used to all be open in the middle, and it was really good to look at, and it was really surprising, and I didn't know, but it used to all be open, and if somebody didn't capture that video, I would never have known that. Do you know what I'm saying? So with us documenting the new, it's going to give our kids the opportunity to see what life was like when we were here.
Exactly. It's archiving history, isn't it? And then, like I said yesterday, they might not think it's a big deal today. What is the point in doing that? I don't understand it. Well, think of it, would you not want to look back on this in years to come?
No.
The other thing that gets me nowadays, though, right, you get these COVID sites popping up, and if they weren't there,
here we go.
No, but listen to me. If they weren't there, it'd be a public place. But because they put the stuff on the site, it becomes private. Yeah. How does that work? Is the council like taking it out as private?
Have your input in here? What have you got to say?
I'm all ears.
Here it is.
All right, Bannerman.
How you doing?
You've been going down in Sheffield, hasn't it, mate? What's been going on?
Oh, plenty of things been going on. I've also been to Scotland at some point, but I can't go Scottish yet. I'm working on it. Oh, that's Liverpudlian, isn't it?
I know.
Can I hook in a Big Mac? Oh, that's terrible.
I love what that guy had to say in, was it Sheffield the other day, when he were reeling off the law to that policewoman, and she stood there going, "But you're still breaking the regulations," and it's like they just don't want to know, do they?
No,
they don't want to know.
No, they put the blinders on.
They're brainwashed, aren't they? But it gets me how, like, sometimes you see sergeants telling them, go over there and enforce this rule. It's like, can't they think from themselves?
I tell you what, I've lost all respect for fucking sergeants, honest to God. Since they kept me at the police station, the bastards, when I was trying to report my crime. I swear to God, the most respectful ones I've found do you know what? It's weirdly, but it seems to be the younger cops that I've found are a lot more respectful, because my first interaction was with Kieran, my first video, and then my recent Preston COVID site, I got 2 young officers who were superb, absolutely superb, and it just seems to be the kind of older, miserable, fucking set in their ways, they know everything sergeants and more experienced ones who are just not open to what we're doing is fine. You know, but yeah, that's what I've found.
Well, you saw in Live Free's video yesterday, they're starting to leave us alone at cop shops now. I mean, I've not done any police stations yet. I've only done the one site, but you can just see that they're starting to get the message. They're starting to see the channels, and it's getting out there.
Well, that's it. It's as time progresses, it's either that case of, like I suggested, it's either going to be a case where they're going to have to ban everyone and stop everybody from doing it, or they're just going to have to start getting used to it. Because the more and more people that do it, this is why I'm encouraging it. The more and more people that do go in a film, they can't possibly chuck everybody out, can they? They can't stop everybody. So they need to either learn to deal with it and accept it, or they're going to have to put a stop to it fully, because they can't.
I tell everybody, because I get a lot of messages, private messages for people sharing their problems with me, and first thing I say is, did you record it? Did you capture it? It's so important to pick up that camera and record every interaction, even if it's a good one. It doesn't matter, because you never know.
You could show that off as well, whether it's a good or a bad one. Show off the good one.
I'm all for promoting good audits. See, if you have a good interaction, I always recommend promoting the good ones as well, because
that's spreading the positive message and how it should be done, and how it should, a good conversation should go. And even if you don't agree and you don't, they don't accept what you're doing, as long as you can have a good, good communication out of it and a good conversation, and they're not just there to bark orders at you and tell you what to do. It can't be bad, and people can learn from it.
I'm just loving the new MPCC policy they brought out for us. It's funny that if you can't use Section 43 of the Terrorism Act, use the Antisocial Behaviour Act.
Oh, right.
You're trying to stick us on something.
Anything, won't they? They'll pick and choose anything.
The Mental Health Act against us and everything.
Yeah, I know. Mental Health Act.
What does everybody think about this then? I did have someone left me a comment, and I think it was along the lines of, on my video yesterday, I think what happened was, years ago, he took a picture of I think it was like his 2 kids playing in a play area inside the shopping centre, and the security guard took offence to that and thought he was, a pedo or whatever, and he escorted him out. And even though he was trying to tell him, I'm just taking a picture of my girls here playing in this play area. So maybe it's the potential of people going around filming something they shouldn't, and trying to stop that. But then that's judging everybody then, isn't it? That's shining everybody in a bad light.
It is. So I was doing some research last night, because we had a wee brief chat last night, didn't we, Kat? And I was looking into what we were talking about these bloody shopping centres. And we don't forget this, but we know these shopping centres are privately owned, right? But the problem they've got is they could potentially, and I understand this, they could potentially face what do you call it? Prosecution against members of the public, so I think it is a knife edge with these shopping centres, because yes, they probably want to do the right thing, but then if somebody's wandering about a shopping centre with a camera, a member of the public might not like it, then raise a case with the shopping centre and say you've infringed on my privacy, perhaps. And I sort of get that side of it, but I mean, for Christ's sake, not in 2021 when there's cameras galore.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's not a pocket in this world that doesn't have a camera in it.
And again, it comes back to that communication and that security guard learning how to handle that in a situation without discriminating against the person doing the filming, but with reassuring the guests as well and the public as well. You know what I mean? And saying, unfortunately, she is allowed to do this. They are allowed to do this. You know, but maybe just go up to her and talk to her and ask her, and you know, because it is that if you don't want to be filmed, go up to someone and respectfully say, look, I'm camera shy, I don't want to be filmed. You know, where's the harm in that? Don't put me, don't do it in a nasty way. Just say, I don't want to be filmed. You know, and I'm sure anybody with any decency will not film you.
Yeah, but on some of the videos, you see people who actually think it's against the law to film them. Where has that mindset come from?
I know, that's what I want to know.
Where has that come from?
You know that. It's like, what are you talking about?
Where can we bridge that? That's what I mean. How can we get to the bridging this gap of the naivety amongst people of seeing a camera and seeing it as a threat? Well, how can we conquer that?
Saying that you're breaking the law by doing it. It's like, where has that come from? It's against my private. What?
You know, like
the GDPR, that's the best one.
Yeah, that baffles me every time when I hear it in these videos, and people presume you're up to no good. I really don't get it.
You know what? I feel like Bannerman's our babysitter, and he just sat there quietly.
He's waiting for a second.
I'm in shower. I'm listening with headphones on.
He was kind of getting
wet.
Why does everyone want to come on a live stream when they're in the bath of the shower?
I don't know. You know what? No, honestly, God, fair play to the guy. Because often I sit in the bath and just put the phone up and just watch somebody's live. So it's not out of the ordinary.
So now you know why the camera's not on.
He's saying shower is a nice word, I think.
Imagine now, guys, that's the thing in it now, and we've had this chat before. Imagine I walk into town now and walk through my shopping centre, and again, I'm walking through like that. I'm on a conversation with you lot. How would they see that? What would that be?
A video call. Or even
exactly, I'm on a video call. They come up to me presuming I'm recording, but I'm like, no, I'm on a video call. Would that be allowed? And how would that differ to be recording? And you
could be a husband up the town trying to buy something for your wife or whatever, and you're on a video call to your brother for advice, right? What do you think of this one?
Exactly. They can stop it in some ways and use it in some ways, but then there's sort of, like I say, when it comes to recording and filming, it's so many aspects to it and different directions and so many ways that it could be done. And
another thing, Me 2020 Hymns just put, people think they should be paid to be on camera like people on TV. That's why they think they can say no, I do not want to be filmed. That's a good point. You also get that of, I want to be paid if you're going to put me on YouTube. You know what I mean? It's like, off. You're in a public place.
I know.
And I've always been fascinated with that because, again, I think, is it more like, obviously with CCTV cameras, they're out of mind, out of sight, aren't they? And, when you're walking through your city centre or your town centre, you're being filmed, but you don't really acknowledge it and pay attention to it. But yet, as soon as you see someone filming, and it's not even with big, massive setup of equipment, of a camera, even with your phone, it's just so bizarre to people.
So that's just made me think of something. Has anybody had experience with the difference between your phone being in your hand or in a gimbal? Because mine's always in the gimbal when I go out.
Yeah. Well, I usually hold it. I owed my phone because I can't get the hang of that bloody gimbal.
Oh yes,
Well,
my
one where I walked up to Farnworth just doing whatever I did, blabbering,
Aye.
you know. That was in my hand, and I had
That was
one
in your
woman
hand?
look at me. Yeah, I had one woman look at me when I got to Asda at Farnworth. Didn't even say anything. Gimbal, obviously, I went up to around the COVID site, and the security were like, "No, can't film." But as soon as I pulled up, you probably heard it on his radio. He's allowed to film, let him do what he's doing. But yet the guards were still coming over.
I get that all the time, mate.
Yeah.
And I even tell them, I say, look, they fucking said it's fine. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You have 10 security guards then. With 5 of them, it's all right. They know it's allowed.
Yeah.
But then the other half are so clueless. And then it ends up clashing between them. Because you get some people saying it's all right and he's allowed to do it. But then the others are like, but he's filming me. You can't film me without my permission. It's like...
But what I don't know when...
It's fucking mad, isn't it? Fucking hell.
I don't know when you did your Blackburn video, the first one by the cemetery pin-out reports.
That was you know what? See both the videos. I did them yesterday, both of them.
Right.
So
when did Charlie do his? Because you could see the difference.
Day before, I think.
Yeah, you could see the difference.
And also, I don't know if you've watched this Manchester Auditor. I've also filmed the where Pinnack went as well. That was like before Christmas, and they didn't. I got a completely different reaction. He spoke to me. He didn't say I weren't allowed to do it. And if you look back through my videos, I put it down as a pass because they were sound with me. You know what I mean?
That's weird, but then Charlie gets a bit of
that woman just plugging her own videos there.
I put a comment up and said different people, different day. You know what I mean?
Different folks, different strokes.
It falls down to each. I guess each individual. They might all be working for the same company, but just like us auditors, us photographers, you can't place us in the same box. You can't place them in the same box as well, because some of them are decent people, but some of them just haven't got a clue. You know. I'm guessing they all have the same training.
You though, doesn't it? That press eye-vis works for you.
Yeah.
I love my press,
doesn't it?
Did you not know that I was the real press, pal? Fucking hell.
Did you see that guy who walked up to you in the mall? Because he did hesitate. You could see the hesitation there, couldn't you?
He did, honestly. He really did. I saw his eyes look at my press word, right, and I knew I fucking had him. And that was it. Do you know what? I think that's the only reason he let me walk through and continue filming. Because even the duty manager, the wee guy, he come up and he didn't even say booty a goose, you know. So I think it worked. It worked for me.
Somebody is going to take that badge off you. I can see it coming. You nearly had it at the Blackburn side. It's going to come. I'm telling you.
What, that guy who clocked me yesterday at the chapel, he was brand new. He was brilliant, and he had a good laugh about it. And I had to give it to him. I says, "Aye, mate, you fucking got me." And it was good. And he did actually grab it and slide it out the wee plastic king. But I grabbed it back off him, and he let me keep it. So it's all good.
Pinnack reports that the prison is the best audit on YouTube.
Is that my HMP Kirkham one, sober? And nice to see you, pal. Or how are you?
But yeah, like you say, when that's what baffles me. You have with Charlie's video, and you have a new visitor to our town, and he's walking through an iconic site such as the cathedral, and yet you get the security guard there going, "Why are you filming?" Well, take a pic. You've got a visitor. He's in an iconic location in front of the cathedral, and there to take pictures of the cathedral. You know, and yet it's such a threat.
I'd love to see.
Sorry, Manchester. Go on, lad.
No, I was going to say I'd love to see the reaction to them if you had a professional TV camera there, and it didn't have a permit to see what they would do.
Hold on, where was I? I was on an audit the other day, or when was it? One of my last videos, can't remember which one. And then, do you know what the numpty says to me? Because I said I was press and that, and I had my stuff on. He goes, well, you're no BBC, are you? If you were BBC, you're at a higher authority, he said. I said, what?
And they've gone through all the right channels, haven't they? They've signed all this paper, and they know that when when they're going to be there. And again, I think they get some element of control over it, don't they? Because again, every establishment wants to be shone in a good light, so they have to maybe look over the footage and say, no, take that bit out. It's all scripted, isn't it? So
well, that's it.
Like you say, with ours, we can't control it.
Aye, there's G. Ollie in the house. Respect G. Ollie. But if they get nothing to hide, me personally, like I always say, I will show them in a good light. I'm not out there. If they act proper with us, do you know what I'm saying? There's not a problem. We will show them in a good light because there'll be nothing to see. And do you know what? If there's nothing to see, we're not hanging about because it's boring. So
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Exactly. Right, guys, that's fine.
I'll tell you a little story behind that. Would you like to read a little story behind that?
Aye, mate.
Go on.
I'm SIA licensed.
Are you fucked?
Yeah, straight up.
Send me your badge. Send me your badge.
No, the reason why I put that up, I thought, well, you know, it's a good topic of conversation what you're talking about, and I think if you want to ask me any questions regarding filming and the SIA license,
what, DS or normal?
Door supervisor. That's the thing.
What is
door supervisor?
Stumped everybody.
The only way you can get higher than door supervisor is close protection.
Definitely.
But door supervisor are what you normally see on these sites, what you go to at COVID. So they're all SIA, probably door supervisor licensed.
Aye.
So if you want to ask me any questions regarding how they interact or how they're supposed to interact, I can answer that for you if you want.
So where do you think it does come from then, this whole... like I said at the beginning, the whole, you know...
Working on
sorry,
sites and that,
Manchester, what are you saying, pal? I can't hear you.
That's what that one's for, and
yeah. But basically, sorry. Kat, do you want to ask that question, and I'll take it from there.
Yeah, go on. But just where it comes from, where it, you know, are they when they first go in, are they, you know, first trained just to say, yeah, no pictures here, and this is how you handle it, or is that just sort of quickly looked over and talked about that they just don't make a big issue of it, and then they forget, and you know, it comes down to people's own personal perspectives.
Also have in
I'll take you back to the training to be an SIA licensed operative, right? Basically, you don't get any training as part of your exam, from what I've come to understand. Now, you do get told myths, you know, that photography in public spaces, they can't do it without your permission. But I was never going to challenge that in a classroom level, because that's an industry standard where they don't seem to educate people, from my experience. So what I found when I've been out on the door or any venue, even at a COVID site, to be honest, I have actually worked on those, and an injection site. Basically, you're not given any information how to deal with the public with a camera. And it's down to the management of the SIA company who's contracted, who should have the knowledge before they go into these places. Because expectation of privacy, as you all know, there's none in a public space. And these shopping malls, for instance, they're all public spaces. And although they're privately owned, you know, people, even though they complain, they should be informed that it's no different to outside their premises, because it's still a public space. And the education is not getting through to people.
Exactly. How recent is your training? How long have you had this badge?
Come up to 3 years now, but I did mine in college. I didn't go to any of these 4-day courses. I did a 6-week course, which was quite in depth. You know, more than what you need actually, but you know, they went through everything.
Right. Fucking hell.
I mean, not a lot of people know that, but yeah, that's just a little bit of history.
I'm quite surprised, and it's good to know. Now it's good to know that. I'll be honest with you, I've got a couple of security folks who I chat with anyway, who give me some great information. But it's good to know that you've got it, because I know it'll be, if I ask you a question, it will be legitimate source with the right answer, whether I like it or not.
Not necessarily everything I say is true, though. Just bear that in mind, because my memory does not serve me well sometimes. But always take it.
what I like about you, Mark, and I've always said this for you, is just how you go about doing it. You know, you're not confrontational, you're not loud, you don't swear, you're very, very professional,
Well,
and you know
Kat.
kind of how to respond.
We did it.
But I just mean, obviously, because of the background that Mark's got, I just think it's just like you say,
No,
you just know how
yes.
to. It's just about them interactions for me. This is. I don't like audits because of audits. I like the interactions and the conversations they bring out. That's why I think somebody like I'd absolutely love to get Amzagetic Press on here one day. That would be awesome, because the way he conducts his videos and how he talks to people, I absolutely love the way he racks up a conversation with people. I know he's in America, which is obviously totally different, but it's just about the conversations and going away from a situation where each individual can learn from it, and you know, like I say, having a good conversation without someone just automatically presuming, judging, you know, throwing the weight about. It's just about good conversation, in my opinion, and if everyone can do that, I think it would be a better place to, and understanding of each other better.
So, Catwoman, I'm quite glad to hear that, because what I've found, hold on, shout out Stevie Boy, mate. Nice comment there for Stevie Boy. So what I've found with auditing, and since starting this, right, what I have progressed more into, what I like doing, is having the conversations with people. That I tell you what, that initially wasn't my goal, but the more I do this, the more I just want to go out and I want to talk to people. I want to hear their story. I want to be educated. I want to educate others. You know. So spot on with that. What you just said there.
That's what I look for in these. When you get a good interaction between two people, it's not about is the police going to be called? Is it going to boil up into a fight? I enjoy hearing the comments that they get, why they think the way they do, you know, and this is what I said. Rather, like I said the other day, when the security guard comes up to you and says you can't film me yet, well, why not? Just because you can't.
Exactly.
It makes no sense. But tell us why. Dig a little deeper and ask why. Pull out what is the reason because of that. You know what I mean? Again, like it's just, but their Bay Area Transparency is another one I've come across recently. Again, he does it with he can become very confrontational, but he does it in such a good manner where it's how you conduct yourself. It is all about how you conduct yourself, and how you approach these people and the kind of questions you ask. And I think it does come back onto that.
So I'm glad you said how you approach yourself there, because I don't know if this, guys, tell me if you have experienced this as well. Right. So as you know, I've gone out in different modes. Sometimes I've gone out all fucking guns blazing sometimes, and I've gone out on the respectful approach, right? Both approaches I get some abuse for. So some people like saying, if all guns blazing, it's like, why you going out?
Why you being so loud? Why are you walking?
Going, oh, you shit yourself, or the fucking guy owned you and all this, and it's just like, you can't fucking win.
Yeah, you can. I don't think in this situation you can. I mean, it does all come back down to the fact that you're recording it, and you've got a camera. I think that's the main issue. But that's why obviously the way I do it is I just take a calm approach. I don't want to get into an argument with anyone, and like we've said, we are, because you brought it up in one of your other videos about, why don't you be an auditor like this? Why don't you? Because we're all different people. That's why we all have our own characters, our own personalities. We're going to go about doing it in a different way, but like I said, I think the minute an auditor does start screaming and swearing, even if we're getting that back, I just think that spoils it completely. Let that other person make a fool of themselves. Let them, like bash you with a brolly.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that's what brolly, but actually, I just wanted him to make a fool out of himself.
Exactly. Let them throw themselves for what they really are. As long as we're not doing anything wrong, if you in your heart know you're in the right and you're not doing anything wrong or illegal, then there's nothing to worry about, is it? Let them blooming cause trouble, and then they're the ones who are going to be in trouble. You know what I mean?
Is it Manchester? Are you having some audio issues there, pal? We can just hear wee whispers and whistles coming for your sound, mate.
You all right, Manchester?
I think he's having some audio issues.
If you want to go out and come back in to refresh, that usually helps. Maybe leave and then I'll bring you back in. So.
Don't leave. She won't let you back in, pal. Don't leave. We've got an SIA guy on the door here as well, Bannerman.
I'll put the link in the chat again, and if anyone else wants to join, you're more than welcome to.
I heard him try to talk a few times, just in case he thought we could hear him. I didn't want him to think we were being rude.
But no, it's like that. That's why I started doing them sort of voice commentary over thing that in my when I went to Preston, and again, you could clearly see from a video I was filming the shop. I wasn't filming any faces, I was just filming the shops. And then you get someone coming out, presuming I was filming it. Why are you filming me? Why are you filming me? Don't film me. And it's like, there's nothing you can say. There's absolutely nothing you can say to reassure these people. There's just nothing. I don't think there's anything. It doesn't matter how calm you are. There's absolutely nothing you can say.
Sometimes you just can't easy with some folk, can you?
No, there's just
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Technical issues. You know what it's like.
You're having your own big conversation, Manchester.
I was talking to myself. Why are they not hearing me? Oh, it's that Bannerman, Mr. Loudmouth. One thing I want to bring to the debate, guys, and I've just seen a video on YouTube now. The Real North Media, I think it is now. One of the people he knows called Teabags just posted a video up. Check her out, guys. She's been escorted out of, I think it was Aldi, for not wearing a mask.
Oh, see, this is
what
another
do we make
debate.
Of this?
Well, I was saying this to
Say again, Matt.
Was that not the video of B&M's? Because when did this video go up?
She's just recently posted it out, so I saw it.
Right. Okay, correction, sorry.
Because it is a big thing, isn't it? With these again, that's another thing. It's let's go in a different direction. When I went into Manchester Arndale, I don't know if you've all seen that video. When I took Ozzy in there, now I took Ozzy in there and I was filming the entire time, and I had a security guard approach me. Now this is me presuming, because I don't know, I could be in the wrong, but a security guard were approaching me, and I presume he was going to come up to me to say, sorry, dogs aren't allowed in here.
Yeah.
But he saw that I was recording, so he walks away. Now, if I had Ozzy with me, he would have potentially come up to me and said, why is it you're recording? So there's one or three things now that can if I went into my local shopping centre with Ozzy, it could either be, one, I'm not wearing a mask, two, I'm recording, and three, why have I got a dog with me? They're always going to find something. If they can't pick you on one thing, they'll turn to something else, won't they? You know what I mean? And obviously with what we're finding out with these recent videos is these masks are a big thing now. It's not just with supermarkets, but getting on a bus as well is becoming another one. As you know, getting on it is becoming a big deal these days.
David Heard. David Heard's asked me a wee question in the comments. Do you mind if I just answer this? It's the one before that. It's a wee bit further back. So he's talking about. So he goes, Pinat, you're all mouth. Come to Police Scotland in Fife, lol. No, I've said this many a time. You bastards up there are brutal. I'm good pals with man in the High Castle, right? And we've had a lot of comms meeting this guy, and he is taking the brunt for everybody. They are hammering this guy, and he is in the deepest, darkest SH1T that you can imagine, and it's a shame on the guy. I would love to come up to Scotland and do them. I would shit them but they literally they're crazy up there. We wouldn't see what we did doing here in England. We wouldn't last 2 minutes with a Scottish policeman. They're crazy. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to day one. Maybe I'll day just past the border. Then I can run back to England.
Livery's been up there as well, hasn't he? Jesus, he's been to a prison up there. Oh, God.
I seen them at the train station and they were really rude to him and that. They suffer no fools up there. They are brutal. So, David, no need to join, but you're always welcome, pal. Come on the chat. But I hope that answers it for you, pal.
I go up to Scotland. I mean, this is another thing. I've been up there. I've been to Edinburgh and I recorded it, but are you showing off something different when you recorded from, say, a vlogger's point of view or an auditing point of view? Do you give off some sort of aura or something about when you're recording for a certain reason? Because, like I say, I've come from like just your average vlogger's point of view, and I still feel like a vlogger when I'm going out and about filming. I'm just vlogging my surrounding area. Where obviously I know there's a different meaning behind auditing, but it is similar. It's one of the two similar things. You know what I mean? Yeah. Again, I'm a visitor to Scotland, and I start recording. You get visitors to Scotland all the time. Again, what is the issue? What is the issue?
It's a shame the police are so brutal about this because obviously, in terms of tourism, people going up there with cameras and all the time, especially Edinburgh and all that. So what's the difference between? It's because man in the High Castle stood outside the police station. They can't handle it. And they're not in cahoots up there as well. And also, somebody did comment, and I don't know if it's true, David. I don't know if you know about this. A lot of Masonic stuff going on up there with the coppers, or the secret handshakes and all that, and the Masons. So, David, do you know if that's the case, pal? So he's just in the comments. I don't know.
Comment. I heard Morrison's are not letting people in without mask. I mean, I think that is the rule. I think if you don't have a mask, you don't go in, whether you're exempt or not. It's
could
ridiculous.
Be same with Audi as well. Like, I mean, I went to Audi the other day.
Apple are the worst, aren't they? Apple are the worst.
Yes,
shops doing it.
I could tell you exactly how they should. I could tell you exactly how they should act a security officer from my point of view. If you want to hear it,
go on.
A security officer has a right to challenge somebody. They can ask them, are they exempt, or do you have a mask, for instance, in order to establish whether they might be exempt. As soon as that person says, I am exempt, that's got to be the end of it, because anything else after that is interrogation and potentially direct discrimination as well, because you're treating somebody different to who's not exempt. So they should be allowed to go straight on the way. Unfortunately, security don't know this.
So what's the crap, Bannerman? If you've got a security guard overstepping his powers, how do you go about reporting them to SIA directly?
You could do it online. You could do it anonymously as well. All you need to do is report the store, the time, the date, tell them your interactions, and they'll take it up from there.
Right. Okay. What if you don't? Is that if you don't have the number neither of the actual card?
No, you don't. You don't need the number. I mean, by all means, ask for it, and they should at all times have it on display. Don't listen to any security operative who tries to hide his identity on a badge. They have to.
They don't have to.
Is that including turning it around?
They have to have it on display. Sorry, they have to have it on display, but they don't have to show it to a member of the public. Only the police can see that. Is that correct? Wonderful.
That's correct. Yeah. If somebody wants to take a photograph of their badge, they don't have to let you take the photograph. You know, they're obliged to show it you. You know, but they don't have to give you all the information. But at the end of the day, you don't need the badge. You just need the store, the time, the date, and go online and make an anonymous, or not. It doesn't have to be anonymous. It can be. You can put your name in if you want. They do take it seriously.
Akash asks, Bannerman, is that the Equality Act 2010?
Yeah, Chapter 2, prohibited conduct, discrimination. I think it's 13, direct discrimination.
So then where does it lie then when it comes to on buses then? Because I don't know if anyone's seen the recent video I shared of the guy who got on the bus and the driver just wouldn't. He said, "I'm not driving you." You know what I mean?
Exactly the same. The bus driver should know. The bus driver should know exactly the same. Once a person says they're exempt, that has to be the end of it.
And let them on. Because I've mentioned this a few times before. Everybody knows I've got a couple of people in the family who are bus drivers, and my dad's he's one of them who just his job is to drive the bus. He lets people on as long as they're not giving him grief. Fine, get on, and then he drives his bus. That is his job. He doesn't get into an argument with anyone, and but I have had a few issues with it. Like I got on a couple of weeks ago, and you know where the seats face each other on the bus. There's one side of it where usually the wheelchairs go. There's one side of them cut off, and they've got tape there, not allowing anyone to sit there. And so I usually sit at the other side, and I sit there because obviously I've got Ozzy with me. There's space for him to sit without blocking the aisle, without him jumping on the seats. I usually sit there, but there was a guy sat there, so I thought, all right, I'm going to give everybody the space. I'm going to stand here, you know. I'm going to stand this spot, and instantly the driver barked orders at me and said, "You're not allowed to sit there. You're not allowed to sit there." And I said, "Mate, I'm not even sitting here. I'm just standing in my job. Giving everybody space." And eventually he started driving. I did drive off, but before I got off the bus, I said to him, I says, "Mate, look, I'm not being funny about what is your job, and your job is to." It's like, because he used that typical line on me, "I'm just doing my job." And I said, "Yeah, what is your job? Your job is to drive the bus, not to wash your customers away." That's what your job is. You know what I mean? It's to drive the bus. You can't order you and boss your customers about. I was using my brain in that situation and giving people space by standing in that spot because there was nowhere for me and my dog to sit. So, you know, why, again, and these people not being allowed to get on these buses because they haven't got masks, and it's wrong.
Our Cash there mentioned that bus drivers don't wear masks in County Durham. Now, is that because they're behind that wee plastic screen? Perhaps, I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. I know some of my local bus drivers don't. They all don't do it. Some of them do. Some of them do.
Coming a wee Hitler and bashing out the orders left, right, and centre. You know.
I think the screen is actually that. The screen is actually the mask in a sense. There's something else I'd like to touch upon actually, with regards to security guards or anybody, a bus driver, anybody who's in a business. If they reasonably suspect that somebody has not got an exemption, be it upon themselves to pursue that, because if it turns out that they have, that's where the big fine comes in. So, you know, I mean, you can't just say, you know, go into a shop and say I'm exempt and expect to be treated like you are exempt if you're not exempt. So this is the problem. If you pursue something, you need to back it up. Otherwise, you have to hope you're right when you do it. That's why it's best to let them go.
Yeah, and I think it is important for people to follow these situations up. You know what I mean? It's not good just filming it, and it is. I think a good audit is, and when a security guard is in the wrong, follow it up and make sure they know they're in the wrong. Otherwise, they're not going to learn. And I think a lot. It definitely does come down to, with some of these people, an ego trip. They're the one in charge of that situation. They're the ones who
and they
think
won't
that
back down until they've done what they've said.
And the shame of it is as well that when the police do get called, they take their sides as well, and that's you know where it lies as well. The police usually take theirs, even though you could see from that video, the policeman knew he was in the wrong, and he knew he couldn't. He were waiting for backup, weren't he? He were actually waiting for backup because he knew there was nothing he could do. But he was in the wrong by telling the driver, "Oh, I'm going to escort you off because you're being disruptive." It clearly wasn't.
The problem with police officers, they're actually trained to escalate or de-escalate.
Yeah.
They won't admit to escalation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the problem is, when you're irate and you know you've been wronged, you're going to automatically start to defend what you believe in, which can make you look like you're in a breach of the peace situation for the police officer, because the police officer wasn't there at the beginning. So it's key to remain calm. The calmer you keep it, the less the police officer can escalate something. Because they know how to push people's buttons. They're not all bad. You know, I'm not anti-police. There's some good police officers out there. I just want to say that. But I give every police officer, in my opinion, a chance to be professional. And although I might be the one acting like a prat, I don't expect them to believe, you know, to lower themselves to my level. They need to rise above that,
exactly.
and that's how I approach it.
Yeah, I've got a big. I struggle with this one because I to be honest, I'm learning as the more I do this filming and stuff that I do. I am learning how to handle myself better. But I get really passionate and really emotional and really fucked off, and plus I'm Scottish and I swear, so it all goes against me. So I just get called aggressive in that, and I honestly, God, I'm a wee flower. I'm
It's just something about the Scot. I must admit, when I started watching you and speaking to people from Scotland, I think it is just the loud tone in your voice. You can clearly. I think it shows in the videos. You can clearly see watching people's videos what kind of person they are, whether they are an aggressive person or not. There's no the camera does not lie. There's no making it up and faking it. These people are who they are, and either you're a good person or you're a bad person, and it's the same with the interactions we get. If you're put in front of someone who is aggressive, then they're aggressive. There's nothing going to change that, whether they're being filmed or not. And and that's the thing. It baffles me. Like I say, why people react the way they do. Like I say, watching some of these videos, they know they're being filmed. I know it's in the mind they don't want to be filmed, but hey, I'm going to react badly by hitting this person or being aggressive towards this person. How do they think that's going to help? You know what I mean? And yet they still think they're in the right. And yet then when the police come, they have the audacity to say we're the ones causing trouble. We're the ones.
Well, that's it. When hold on, hi, Honey Badger Morris, just because you said hi there, so hi to you. So when I went back after my imprisonment, the fucking imprisonment. I bet everybody's sick of hearing about my imprisonment.
We'll love it. We'll love it.
After my imprisonment, I went back and I had for my apology the first time, because I've been back many times for it. But the first time I went back for it, the Scouse copper and the wee copper, they come walking up, and first thing he says to me, why are you being all aggressive and all that? And then I had to kind of explain
that you're not.
And that was the first thing he said. Rather than listening to my side of the story, he come up and he's going, why are you all aggressive? And like I get that all the time.
That's the thing though, isn't it? You get two of them turn up and they both want to go to the informant and not you. It's like, whoa, am I going to get, you know what I mean? You're going to listen to them, get triggered by them, what they say, then come to me and then just brush it off.
But you know what gets me? Each time you've gone back there, why is it they do keep on phoning the police? They know full well, having been back there a few times, the police can't do out, they're not going to do out, and yet they seem to keep wanting to phone the police.
Like I said there, every time I've been back there, and every time the police have been called, the police have parked up and walked straight in the tent. They've not come to me. They've gone. So Manchester Auditors, right? They always they don't even like for the public. They're getting in there to protect a bloody private company, the security guys. Against a wee Scottish camera, fuck's sake.
Even if I was Kelly, if I was in Kelly's position, I'd look at you and think, shit, why can't she just think, let's just go out there, give him an apology, even if she agrees with what you've done.
I mean, all he wanted, though, that was the best thing.
And just leave it at that. You know what I mean?
All he wanted was a contact detail for them. That's all he wanted. An email address. And it's like, no. It's like,
what? They just want to make it harder on themselves by making it worse. All you have to do is answer one simple question, or say, I'm sorry, I was having a bad day, and then just leave it at that. But this is what I'm saying. There's no common sense in them to do that.
But she made herself a villain in this story, all by herself, and then running and hiding all the time.
You're just making yourself look worse and guilty.
And I've actually got it in good faith that they all hate her anyway. So it's not just us, the public, the people on the inside hate her as well. So her character that we see is the true character of the bitch. That is Kelly, the bitch.
How's your best mate?
I don't like her.
How's your best mate? Is it Barry?
Eddie.
Eddie, that's it.
Fucking
Eddie.
big
I don't know where I
Eddie.
got Barry from.
Eddie,
Sorry.
big
Sorry,
Barry.
Eddie.
Not many security guards now.
Eddie, if
Because
you're
you've not
watching
been
this,
back to me, I forgot his name.
sorry, mate. Just ignore Manchester.
Oh.
Eddie, he's the man.
You need to go and revisit him.
Oh, mate.
Just
It's
ask him where the fame is.
It's far. Hold on, which G always saying? If you've never done an audit, you should absolutely.
Yeah,
Anyone
also.
can do it. All you need is your phone.
That's it. And even if you're not
I mean-
planning on going out and doing an audit, just go out and film for the sake of filming and see what you capture. You know what I mean? See what interactions you fall across. I mean, again, going back to Charlie, like I said, looking at his recent videos, there's nothing happening. Everything's shut. There's nothing going on. So it's so hard to film out and about these days. But you're always going to catch something. There's always going to be something to catch, whether it's, you know, someone... So an incident happening that isn't anything to do with you. You know, you just don't know what you're going to catch in these today, and it's evidence. It's something good to look back out.
So Jerry Helmet, actually decent comment there. It's away. Right, Jerry. So the police will always question the complainant first. Do you know what? I didn't actually think of that, Jerry. And now you've said that, it's fucking made sense, mate. Honest to God. See, sometimes I don't think of the simple things. So they have phoned the police.
If you've got two officers, split them up. One goes to speak to the informant, the other goes speaks to the other person.
Like Manchester, because I always shout in the tent. Does nobody want to come and speak to me?
Yeah,
you know?
it's common sense. You've got two people. Fair enough if it's only one officer. Yeah, first. But two officers split up. One goes speaks to the informant. One speaks to the other person. Then them two officers chat together, and then they get a resolution.
That always baffles me with these videos.
Simple.
Again, I don't know whether this is English auditors or American auditors. What I gather from these is the police get called, so the police will turn up to the situation, and rather than approaching the person who made the initial phone call in the first place, they always approach the people with the cameras. Right, what is going on here? What's happening? Why are you here? The same old lines they always use. But then what gets me, you can guarantee they'll go off and sort out the situation, or the colleague will. You'll get another set of police turn up, another car turn up, and then they ask the questions all over again. Why do they need so many?
But did you see the one AB did? This is a good example of it. You see the one AB did at Luton Police Station when he was chatting to them three officers when the man went away to find out a source of what to do. AB tipped. No, I think it was last year. AB tipped the three officers he was with, two females and a male, tipped him off. They found out what he was doing, exactly auditing, right? That other male comes back after probably speaking to a sergeant inside or an inspector, and then he searches him under the Terrorism Act, where the other guys actually knew why he was there, but didn't come up and say anything. Didn't say anything to stop the search from happening.
Well, that's it, because that makes me angry as well. Like you say, you'll get three coppers on the scene. One of them will be on an ego trip going, "Man, I'm going to search for the territory." And you can clearly see his colleagues just standing back and letting it happen. And you can see on the face that they know who's in the wrong and that this isn't the case. But why did they not say it? Why did they not say it and say, look, it obviously is not a terror.
I always say if I was an officer, and I've witnessed another officer actually going a wee bit too far, I don't know if I could not say anything. I would have to say something.
You'd pull them to one side and go, "Are you sure you want to do this route? Are you sure you want to do this?"
Especially because they've got their body cameras on as well, which obviously we know what happens with them. But if they're filming, they're filming the mistakes they're doing. You know what I mean? They're filming their own mistakes that they're doing.
Exactly. But like you said, they always use the old razor on their own mistakes, can't they?
It just so where do we go from here? How do we turn this mindset around? How do we solve this?
I think that what we're doing slowly but surely is well. In fact, what we do has had an effect. It has made change. So we are albeit very slow baby steps to do, but they will all come to something one day. Absolutely, that's what I think. Do you know what? I'm just happy that I'm on the team and doing something, and that's been my goal since day one of this video. I don't moan anymore. I go out.
You go out and do it. Yeah.
And do it. And I think by us just doing this, and I like somebody's, like people said in the comments, I really do encourage. Even somebody that said they've not got the right temperament for it. Even if you don't want to approach them,
you don't need to. Just film. You know what I mean? You don't have to say anything. Stay quiet. A lot of people, I don't agree with these personally, because my goal and key is good communication. But a lot of people do the silent audits. Now, I don't personally like silent audits, but I mean, fair enough. If that's where you want to handle them and the way you want to go about doing them, then go for it. But for me, that isn't backing up the conversation that needs to be said, really. You know what I mean? I think that can make it worse in some situations. I know it might, like, if you go up to someone and say, excuse me, what you're doing, and you completely ignore them, are they going to stand there and keep asking you, or are they just going to get bored and walk away? You know, it all depends on, again, it all falls down to that every individual. So,
hi, Scott.
News is in the room.
Yeah, yeah, it's just one of them, and I think it just I've always wondered, is it a generation thing as well? Because like it does make me wonder that if someone walks up to someone with a camera, what is it you're doing? Right, well, let's ask the question, what is it that I'm holding? A camera. Right, what does the camera do? Have you never taken a picture in your life? Do you know what pictures are for? Have you done that? I think we need to turn the questions back on them. I think we need to start off turning the questions back on them, saying, right, have you ever gone out for a day out and taken pictures? Right, what did you take pictures for?
Right,
you know what I mean? I'm doing the exact same thing.
Carl.
Do you know what I mean?
Shout.
Well, yeah. Everyone has the right to record, shouldn't have to know every law. Right, correct on that.
And that is what I'm about. I'm wanting everybody to go out and do it.
I swear.
I want to try and encourage everybody, even like I say, if your intent isn't on auditing, just get the camera and go out and film and just see what happens. And you'll be surprised. You don't have to upload the videos. That footage is yours. It's yours to do what you want with. Upload them to YouTube and put them on private. If you feel you want to put them public, put them public. It is down to every individual what they do with pictures and video that they've taken.
Donovan, have you fell asleep on that toilet?
No, not at all. I'm still listening.
In the shower.
All right, then. Well, we'll bring you into the conversation. Where are we going with this?
Sorry, what was your question?
This issue. Yeah, where are we going with this issue of filming in public, doing it as your job, and the police going, it's not an essential reason to be out? Where are we standing on that? Because the Met are very strict on it, and then officers up north aren't that asked about it.
Well, to be honest, the difference between the two shouldn't be anything, because where impartiality is within their oath attestation, I can't always say that word, they'd actually say they should remain impartial. So, for instance, when you get the list of journalists that are bona fide in their eyes, NUJ being one of them, they're just issued cards from potentially 19 gatekeepers of press pass issuers. But there's no law states you can't be a self-employed journalist, whether you're paid or unpaid. And in the Coronavirus Act, it states that you can go to work, whether it's for voluntary or paid. So if you're self-employed, you do not need a press pass. But it's something they've latched onto to try and justify their action. Absolutely. And it's one of those things down the line that this is the thing with the police as well. As soon as they start saying, I believe, be careful, because they want to arrest you. Because they're going to use that I believe to justify getting your details. And if you don't provide your details, they use another act under pace to arrest you for failing to provide, because they believed you were committing an offence, whether you committed an offence or not. I
had 2 officers here when I visited the vaccine centre in Blackpool. Police intelligence somehow got onto it and contacted Preston Police, and then I had 2 coppers at the door trying to do me, and they were going to arrest me. But I did tell him I was working, and he goes, and he did try and actually go, well, have you got any proof of this? Like, are you part of any association? I was like, I don't need proof. What are you talking about? You know, and then in fact, it was actually one of the officers who says, well, what he tried to say to me was, if this was the guy who I mentioned earlier on, he said, if you were part of the BBC or another one like that, you'd have more authority, and and that would be justified. And I was like, bullshit. So I did send them packing, and that they were going to go back to Blackpool Intelligence and tell them that I was working and seeing if they wanted to still proceed. So that's outstanding at the minute. I don't know what's going on with that yet. But they did try and come and give me a COVID fine, but luckily no fine.
Well, even if you do get the COVID fine, at the end of the day, you can appeal it and use your mitigating circumstances. Right.
And that's what I will be doing, because there's no chance I'm paying no COVID fine, justifying that I am a journalist. When that's what I'm out doing, I am reporting. Just because I'm not putting it on the BBC channel or ITV or Channel 4 doesn't mean that it's not a story worth reporting, you know? So, but exactly. Yeah, absolutely. So,
well, the thing I don't get... Go on, mate.
No, go on, pal.
No, I was going to say, the thing I don't get with them fines are, they don't exactly go back to the government, do they? They go to a police company.
Well, I don't know.
By police.
Hey, Ollie's just get one apparently. Gee whiz. Oh my God.
That company that they go to, they actually do an administration for the different police forces up and down the country. So that's a central point where the fines get issued from. And then once they receive the funds, they then distribute that fund to the relevant police force who issued it. That's the idea behind that company.
Right.
Is it APCO or something like that? Is it something like
that?
Yeah. APCO.
Is it ACRO? I can't remember off the top of my head.
ACRO, something like that. Aye. Or robbing bastards. But anywho.
Well, Pinocchio News is right there, because, like I said before, you see the officer sergeants who are telling their officers, right, he needs to have a fine now.
Aye.
It's like, can't they think for themselves? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you don't need to tell them what to do.
The wrong brain, not stop being told I'm just doing my job. Well, start just using your own brain and using your own initiatives. You know, they're not. What do they think the worst is going to happen? They're going to get fired if they don't find someone on the spot. There must be some sort of fear in their head that something bad's going to happen, or if they go against what they're being told. Surely,
like common sense as well and truly being chucked out the window. No, I remember, honest to God, what happened to the days where that's my wee dog. Sorry if my dog. That's the Paul was back at the door for me. Fuck's sake.
That's me thinking that was Ozzy.
Shit, I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying?
That's my doggy. Wee doggy.
I seen if he was listening to my bloody answer there, because he's are stunk. Right, moving on. Fucking hell.
Have you guys got any questions you'd like to ask away in the chat?
Yeah, well, I've just put said, I want to hear it from the other side. Anybody who's against what, obviously, because we get it all the time in our comment section.
Yeah.
Oh, the same old. Kat. Yeah, no, that's what. Again, I've said it over and over again. You do get it, these people were so against what we do, and whether they agree or they don't get it or what it is, they come back time after time, watching video after video, leaving comment after comment, and it's like, if you do not like what we do or you don't enjoy it, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Really, you don't have to be here. But I think they do. I think, because not just that, but that. One of them who I talked about, I think it was Bobby Brown, not only is he watching every video I upload, he's gone back into my older videos and commented from the video I put up months and months ago and commented on one of them. So I said, you don't like my channel so much, you're now going back through my channel and watching my older videos. You know what I mean? That's how much you don't like. It really does baffle me, and I wish these would have more guts to come forward and get have a say instead of putting
This is a perfect time.
Comment. You know what
If
I
you're a
mean?
troll, get on here. Yeah.
Jump on and come. I don't mind it. I invite it. I want to hear it from the other side. You know what I mean? Come and join us. Come and have an input.
Absolutely.
Instead of being a keyboard warrior, as I call them,
See
get on.
if you can get us thinking the same way you do. What is the angle you're coming from? What are you? So, put your point across and try and get us to come on your level of understanding. Don't know if it'll happen, but hey, it's worth a shot.
Aye. Do you know what? It would be interesting that I would love to witness a troll v auditor chat. Just see if they can actually work out their differences, because I've actually had a couple. I'm lucky. I don't get a lot of them, and I
No,
have had.
I don't either.
But I've started speaking to them in the comments instead of just ignoring them. I'll speak to them. And some I have swayed to see my point of view, and it's good because they do you know what? It was mostly when I first started and I was going mayhem doing it that COVID site, and once I spoke to them and let them understand my point of view, they understood it and they became all right, and even one or two of them actually subscribed to me. So I think it's just educating, you know.
It is, and I try. It's like one that I get, this Mr. Bobby Brown. I can't. I really do hope he's watching.
The name is brilliant, Bobby Brown. The name is brilliant.
I've just seen the comments. I mean, he come from the Bamber Bridge video that he did. And if anyone wants to go back and watch that, it was just me walking about a small town and just filming it. And apparently from that, a news article was written up saying, oh, why was she doing this? What? And everyone got together to, discuss it. And he come on and his first comment was, I'm just standing up to you. I'm defending these people and standing up to them. Why? You know what I mean? It's like, well, how are you standing up to me? You know what I mean? It just baffles me.
Wow.
It really does baffle me. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It really are. Nothing against that. It's just, what are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to stop us from doing this? Because that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? All these people
we'll get more people doing it.
Yeah, well, exactly, and that's more. It will. I think it will become a bigger thing, and more people will do it. More people will start going out, and that. I mean, I'm hoping that will happen. You know what I mean?
Just look at AB. I mean, he's going on to what 100,000 followers.
85,000 is crazy.
Jesus.
Isn't it? Absolutely crazy.
And he doesn't even show his face.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yo,
and that's it. We all have, like I said before, we all have our own styles. It's not about, well, AB's better than Live Free or Live Free's better than.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? We're all doing the same thing, but just coming at it from a different angle and presenting it in a different way. You know what I mean?
That's why we definitely need to start all come together and do Audit Con. Once the year, your favourite audit.
Well, I tried to do that. I tried to do a mass meetup in Manchester, but nobody was having it, so it was like,
oh, you should live by yourself, pal. Fucking hell.
I know, yeah.
I think we definitely need to do it. We definitely need all of us need to come together.
Fucking AB's table, and we'll all be waving at each other. Fucking
everybody just starting their intro like, yo.
Yeah, for sure. That would be so interesting to see if all auditors came together.
How many trolls are you getting, Bannerman? You've not been.
I get some. I'd say I've got about 10% to be subscribers. I'm guessing that's judging by the thumbs up, thumb down thing. I'm guessing about 10%.
See, I was saying this yesterday. I don't pay attention to the thumbs up, thumbs down. That's just something I don't look at. I really don't look at it. I pay attention more to the comments, and I prefer to try and interact with everybody as much as possible. But I really don't pay attention to the
reason why I look at that, for instance, is to see if that thumbs up is still higher than the thumbs down. I will continue. But as soon as that thumbs up, thumbs down goes higher than the thumbs up, I then think, hang on, I've got lost cause here.
That's a good
Yeah,
policy.
you're doing something. Yeah, you're doing
I don't
something
dwell
wrong.
on it. I welcome thumbs down. You know, at the end of the day, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Yeah,
and
of course.
there's plenty of channels on there to please them. And if I please them in a negative way, then that's fine. They're still pleasing them, or else they won't hang around.
So there you go, chat. If you want to get shut up on him, just thumbs down his videos.
I can take it.
Jerry, that is a brilliant audit. Brilliant idea. Come and audit the auditors. That's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, I'd love the challenge.
Brilliant.
There's videos out there. I don't know if you've seen them, but there is videos out there of people auditing the auditors. They've made, you know, there's review. I think there's one as well that does it in America only. Just this is every audit video he sees. He just has and he does come across as such a bootlicker, but he's just always, you know, his goal is to put the auditor down.
That's fucking mad.
You know,
I never had bootlicker until I came to YouTube. Knew every bootlicker. Fucking hell.
I'm going to start the vexed. He's vexed. Every time Pinaki gets angry, it's going to be he's vexed.
Oh, I know
that'll become a thing then.
Aye, I like that, Beck.
He's vexed. The man's vexed.
Imagine we did AuditCon and we had that dude outside fucking trying to audit us, or we'll phone the police and they'll come into us anyway, pal, so you're fucked.
Just all of us going in Manchester and Dale. Right, let's have a look around. Spread out.
Maggie, can you try and send this link to Live Free and see if we can get Live Free on here? I don't know if you.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah,
I think he's had a bit of an issue with his car, to be fair. So.
Yeah, okay. I mean, obviously he's busy, so if he doesn't, but yeah, I'd love to, because obviously they're Marty and Live Free, one of them, they've been in the shopping centres as well, and you know, it'd be good to see it from their point of view. But the link's in the chat, guys. If there's someone, if you disagree with us, and you come and challenge us, come and say, you know, tell us why.
Come and ask us questions.
Yeah, we need, you know, whether we do agree or not. I want to make this more of a topic of conversation, and you know what I mean. And look at it from different angles. I want to learn. Everybody wants to learn. So
come on, Pinaki News, get your sheeples and peoples on here, bro.
Come on, I want to bridge this gap between. It's not like people say. It's not about hating on the police and hating on the security guards. It's nothing to do with that. It's just, it's just seeing, you know, it's seeing if we can more bridge this gap and get that communication between us, and seeing if we can. I want them to be on our side, and I want to be on their side. See how we can help each other out.
That's a good point from Pinaki News. What do you feel about getting arrested or giving your details?
Yeah, that is a good question.
We'll start with you on that one.
Who that? Sorry, is it me first?
Yeah, go on. What do you feel about getting arrested or giving your details?
Being arrested, highly inconvenienced. Other than that, there's 306 wall tiles in cell 6 at Shepcott Lane.
Not wasted your evenings.
Yep. And also, with regards to not getting arrested, I think it's tactical to remember, if they're going to start using the "I believe" word, if you don't want to get arrested, give them your details. Otherwise, you'll end up being arrested. Because they'll
they've already made their mind up, basically.
Yeah, because they can use the pace to actually arrest you for not providing details when they believe. Yeah. And it's that "believe" word. Even though they haven't got reasonable suspicion or they're just making it up, they hide behind the "believe" too often, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
And coming from that as well, if you don't provide your details and you do get arrested, what happens then if you don't provide your details back at the station?
Kept in custody.
Well, there is a chance that if you get taken to the van and you provide your details, they'll de-arrest you straight away. There is that chance.
You not ride out the 24 hours without giving your details, and
they have to go to the course and extend it.
If you're arrested on a Friday and you don't provide your details, there's a chance they'll keep you till Monday, till court.
Oh my God!
It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's up to yourself at the end of the day. If you believe you're innocent and you want to add it to a potential claim, because they shouldn't be arresting people without reasonable belief anyway. At the end of the day, they make a rod for their own backs in many cases. But I'm going to say it again, not all police officers are like that. It's 100%. Just finding the good ones to show them that they're good. and highlight the bad ones when they're being bad.
But why can't the good ones show the other ones a good lesson? Why can't they the ones take charge? And if they clearly know what they're doing and they know like we're in the right here, they should just step up. Just step up to the mark and say, look, they're not doing anything wrong here. We're obviously wasting our time here. We could clearly you've got a brain in your head. We could clearly see you're just filming. Walk away.
It's a challenge, I think, to them, to be honest. They don't like being got the better of as well.
And especially for these security guards, I mean, like, especially now when the bloody shopping centre, they're bored out their head. I think that's another thing. They're definitely bored, and they're not getting any shoplifters in because the shops are shut. So they're going to pick on the next best thing, aren't they? Which is a photographer.
Well, the next time I'm working, I want a photographer to come and audit me when I'm working. I would love that opportunity, but I can't tell you where I'm working for security reasons.
Well, you don't really give away your location.
But I'm not always working now. I mean, recently I've had to sign on to the universal credit. Sorry?
I was just saying, people in the comments start searching for Bannerman's location of work.
Well, for the reason is I've had to sign on to universal credit for the past since February, actually, before the lockdown started, because work wasn't really good. And I've had bits of work in between, but it's all died off completely. And only just recently I've started being offered a bit of work, which is good in one thing, and but I can't really, take my work over my what I do in my spare time, whether it's journalism or anything. When I go to work as a security officer, I do my job as a security officer. Otherwise,
I was just going to say that, how do you divide your don't take this the wrong way, but your authority of a security guard, how do you take that away from what you do anyway with your videos? You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm trying to say there? I don't know if I've explained that right.
Well, if I answer it in a way that you might tell me if I'm wrong in your question.
Right.
When I'm working, and I'll do everything according to my job. But when I'm doing my spare time or journalism or anything else, I do not take that to work with me.
Right. Okay. So
answer your question
perfectly. So you completely put a divide. They're two separate entities, and you don't let them cross.
I have the ability to do that. However, when I'm in my journalism approach, I might take the knowledge of what I've learned, whether it's right or wrong, or what I believe to be right, and try and apply that in my journalistic side. Whether people believe I'm a journalist or not, that's irrelevant to me. That's their problem, not mine.
Aye. No, you need big shit on your business.
Run your business in the house, everybody. Again, I shared his last video on my page as well, and it's happening overseas as well. No different. It's happening over there as well. And people, you're not allowed to film back here. It gets me so frustrated. These, clueless police officers barking orders and commands that they know aren't lawful. It just baffles me every time. Every time I hear that, you're not allowed to, it's illegal to film back here, go away. It just makes me laugh. It really does. And how can we put a stop to that? What is the answer?
No, but Bannerman, thank you for that answer, by the way. Just, I know you can't tell us where you work, but are you doing any shopping centres? And that's
very with my job in mind, I can't answer that, can I?
Right, that's a yes, guys. Right, so we're going to play the game here.
Do we think, guys, that these security guards, like the one I put out yesterday, are they watching us? Are they watching these videos? And are they taking notes?
So I'll tell you,
100%.
Is that going to affect us now? So I don't know how recognised I am in my local town centre. I really don't know. If I walk up, are they going to stop me purely because they know I'm there to film now, or are they going to say, right, well, we have to allow it now. Let's make ourselves look good. It could go one or two ways, couldn't it?
Right. Well, it's strange that you said that, because when I went to the chapel over in Blackburn yesterday, when I first walked up and there was 3 security at the back door of the chapel, one of them actually commented on the video, and he goes, "I'm the guy." It was the guy in the video who I asked about the crypt at the chapel.
Oh yeah.
I asked him, and he goes, "It's a good question that." And he actually come on and commented, and it was really positive comment that he shared with me, which was good, and I appreciated that, because he could have come on saying, "You wee prick, what you doing, fucking
Yeah.
at work and all that," and he was really decent about it, which I really respected. So I told him, I says, because I asked him a question about the crypt, and he didn't know the answer, I told him I'll be back, so he better know the answer the next time I come back about the crypt, and he laughed about it. So I'm due a visit back there to get my answer, and it was great, and I like that. I like that they can come on and go, "Listen, saw you today, you were no bother, and it's all happy," you know, and I like that.
Do you know that's something that people might be interested to know? In that crypt, behind it, there's a part where you can walk through the church, and there's a little square where they grow. In there, there's flats. Apparently, people who work in the church live in these flats, and behind it, and it's a pub. I don't know if it's private or if it is public, but I did a photography course a few years back, and of course the tutor, he had to ask permission, but we went into this square, and like I said, these people live in these flats, and there's like a waterfall there, they grow plants, they grow herbs, and I guess if you walked through the church, if the church is open, or you walked through the cafe, you can walk through to the other side and walk into this part at the back where it's very photogenic. It really is. And I'd be interested to be able to go right back there. And they should be welcoming us, especially if they have watched the videos and they've not seen that we're doing it with bad intent. Welcome us in with open arms. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you now. I'll tell you. A lot of a lot of my viewers, which I'm starting to find, which I love, is a lot of elderly viewers, and what a lot of them are telling me is, thanks for at least showing us, because we can't get out. So it's good to still see things, and from that perspective, is bringing it away from the auditing that we're doing, and it's just we're keeping current affairs. Just showing the people
what's going on. Exactly.
What do you make of that from
land?
Pinnack News? Please watch all of our videos. They even have a task force at Pinnack News. They even have a task force created just for us.
There we go.
Wow. That would be interesting.
You'd think that if they knew what it is we're doing, they'd behave more professional, and they still don't. They still don't. They still make a fool of themselves. It's baffled. It really does baffle me. It's like, are they on purposely trying to challenge us, or are they just so clueless that they're going to mess themselves up anyway?
And it just makes me laugh. Going back to that MPCC document, how it tells them how to actually speak to us, to them in a calm, professional manner. I've done customer service stuff. I know how to treat people. Exactly. They don't need telling.
You know.
I think once they get to know you, once they get to know you, they will start doing that. But because they don't know you, they treat you as hostile. That's the
thing. That's another thing with them. They treat you as a criminal.
They're public servants. They go into the police force to serve and protect us. They don't do that.
It doesn't matter who's in front of them, whether it is just a photographer or just a criminal. Even if it is a criminal, so there still should be a level of professionalism there, and talking to someone on a level, not treating us like animals and talking down to us. They shouldn't be doing that.
No, so my experience, obviously, with the police have mostly, thankfully, been fantastic. And I always promote it in the video. I always show them, and I always beg them up because they deserve it. Absolutely. My problem is not all, but a lot of these security guys and these COVID sites and the COVID cops are ex-doormen. And doormen, sadly, have got a bit of a bad reputation for being the big bad boy on the street, you know. And so we're getting a lot of the attitudes from the doors coming into the COVID sites, which we're getting the brunt of. do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
It
Yeah,
does, yeah.
definitely. Yeah.
So
It was interesting to see a video from Preston, I think it was, weren't it? Where them
I've
COVID
not been
cuts.
interesting. I'm only kidding, pal.
Yeah, I swear to God, don't do that to me, you. Where them two COVID marshals are walking around and they're to separate people, that's it.
That's it, honest to God, because it helped me because I genuinely thought they were out there. Yes, dispersal, yes, separation, whatever. But I thought they were out there and they had the authority to fine us. So it was brilliant me being out there because it educated me, and I don't know, but I assume it helped educate others as well who didn't actually realise that.
So if that's the case, then will the environmental agents, the environment people, the litter police, will they have the powers to fine us? Because they have the powers to issue fixed penalty notices, don't they? What do you reckon on that?
I'm not sure, mate. I wouldn't think so. Which corporations did you say there again?
Do you know the ones the litter police, as they're also known as?
Oh,
do you know the ones for the council,
like a Chris or something? Aye, right, aye. So obviously they've always been around, and I don't think their jobs would have changed so much. I think they'll still. To be honest, I've not seen any of the cunts, only because there's no cunt up the town. You know. Do you know what?
They've got the power to give a ticket, haven't they? They've got a power to issue a fine. But will their threshold cross the COVID?
Valid point. I'm not sure, pal. Valid point, no.
Anybody know in the comments, or Bannerman? Do you have any ideas, or Kat?
I only think they've been told what they can do, and I don't think they're anything to do with coronavirus issuing.
No. You would have thought. Yeah, I bet the council have considered it though.
So, can I put a slight response to Pinaki News' question there? Right. So, if you remember, I just mentioned about that security guard coming on my channel and commenting from my Blackburn visit yesterday. So, yes, absolutely, I agree. There's way too many security at these COVID sites. But this guy raised a valid point with me that I'm going to share. So what he said was, a lot of them are only there for the security. Yes, they are a part of the security, but what their role there yesterday at the vaccine centre was, it was mostly to show the old people, whether you agree with vaccines or you don't, that's not a question here, but what they said their role was to show the old people that there's a friendly face there waiting to meet them and to guide them down to the vaccine centre and to push their wheelchair and to help if they need any kind of physical help. And obviously I'm not turning this into a agree or disagree about vaccine debate. It was just a valid point.
Oh, has he died? Police have arrived.
Can you not hear me?
Yeah, you're back. Like you just broke up then.
Oh, for Christ's sake. So, what did you last hear? So, so it's just a valid, but sorry about that. I don't know what
Start from the beginning.
Right. So, as you know, I'm only kidding. It was just a valid point that, hold on. Right. I sort of seen that without. I took the vaccine side out of my head and I've seen that, yes, it was nice for them to be there to greet the old people, to show a friendly face to those who've been stuck in the house for months and months and months, and they're the first faces that they see. And to be honest, the 3 people that I did meet on my first interaction at the chapel, they were all brand new. They were really polite, really respectful. I did see in Charlie Veitch's video that he actually bumped into a couple of the same ones that I spoke to, and they had a very different approach.
I love the girl with the blue hair girl. Why have you got blue hair? Why are you filming? Well, why have you got blue hair?
The blue-haired girl was actually the woman who I spoke to at the front, and I didn't realise it until I cross-referenced both videos. She just had it right up when I met her.
I thought it was her. Yeah.
She was brand new with me. So different folks, different strokes, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to share that different point of view, just from a kind of from his reasoning.
No, it's good. Do you know what? It'd be really interesting to get one of them on here. If one of them would be willing, we need to ask anyone. Someone say, "Come on here and talk about your job.
Right.
Make yourself and your company look shine in a good light." And
Absolutely.
why is it you don't want me going in there so badly? I mean, we get all the showing private information, showing private faces, blah blah blah. We hear that all the time, but what the thing is, what are we exactly showing? We're just showing an empty tent at the end of the day. We're not showing anything really.
That's the thing. Nobody goes for these tests, and it's like, why are they here?
I honestly cannot recall any interaction where I've seen a bunch of folks in the tent. All I see is yellow jackets. That's all I see.
That's it.
Well, you went in. You went into that one in Preston. Nothing in
there.
Just a spray bottle.
When I went to the Bolton one, when I first arrived there, it was actually pretty busy. There was it was backed up with cars, and it was pretty busy. But it like you said, majority of them, it's just more 20 blooming security guards and no customers there. And it's, are they really necessary?
I mean,
are they?
I'm all for giving people a job. I've said it many a times. We've all got bills to pay, right?
Yeah.
But it is insane, the numbers, isn't it? You can't deny the numbers of security at these COVID sites is insane.
But
you see that one I went to at Farnworth.
Sorry,
I was going to say that one I went to at Farnworth, my first one. Nobody there. But did you see all them pictures that kids had drawn on the fencing? That was really nice. I've never seen that before. It was just really nice. And then, like you said, outnumbered with security. There were 3 on one side and another on the other side. And it was like, what is this?
The other question as well that I want to ask is on the location as well. If they don't want us filming it so much, why pick the location that they've been put in? Why in the middle of a car park where everybody? Why not go and put them inside a building? You know what I mean? Why have they put them where they've put them? If they really don't want anyone coming and taking pictures and filming them, that baffles me.
Put a curtain up. If you don't want us to look, put a curtain up. You know?
Well, that's what they've done at Farnworth. They had that curtain up.
You still see through it, can't you, Manchester? It's so it's like, if you don't want us to see, put a curtain up. If you're protecting something other than us seeing the number of people who are not coming out, because that's what it's about, I think. That's why they're trying to get rid of us, so we don't see the tiny amount of people that's dripping through there. It's a joke.
Crazy Lady Jane, good point. Build a wall, but there was a wall at that one you went to Preston that you could jump over the fence anyway.
He'll be fucking jumping that.
Donald Trump build a wall.
Brilliant. Sean G, Evil Kelly, indeed. Fucking absolutely, pal.
But you have definitely made something out of that badge you've got on that bib, mate. I really love that, though. Yeah, I've got an interview here.
That's what it's all about, But to be honest, a lot of my videos do have a serious side, but I always have a fun approach to it as well, because I don't like being the serious guy, And if anything, we need to laugh more during this bullshit, and I'm happy and proud that I can bring a wee bit of that to the viewers, a wee bit of laughing. Whether you think it's stupid, whether you think it's pointless, some people don't, and it's for those people who get a wee smile that day, and that's important to me,
And that's what I mean about these audit videos. They can go off in so many different directions, open up so many different conversations. Everyone has their own intake on it. It's got to a point now where I think when I'm on a live stream or when I'm speaking to people, if someone starts off the conversation with, what is the point in auditing? I don't get the point in them. I end it there now, because you can explain yourself till the end of time. You can explain yourself why you're doing what it is doing, and then they still turn around after and say, well, I still don't get it. I still don't see the point in it. So you never will. If someone doesn't get what auditing is about, they're just never going to get it. You know what I mean?
So, so what's the point of auditing, Kat?
For me, like I said,
We're under the bus. Ozzy, come here. Just take the mind off why I do auditing. Ozzy, come here. You'll soon forget what he has.
Who's in the house? Look who's here.
Hey, here he is.
The big man.
Respect.
Yes, guys.
Kanaki News.
Yes, live free.
It's big up the building.
Good afternoon.
What's going on? I
bro?
just Mags Maggie sent me.
Thanks,
You got the memo.
How are you? How's the
Yeah,
pregnancy coming along?
yeah, not bad.
Not
Baby's
bad,
here
not
in
bad.
July, so
How's the puncture?
not bad. Yeah, it's fixed now. The bastards. Three stab wounds in my car.
Jesus, man.
But you know what? A lot of people are saying it's police and it's this and that.
Probably is.
But really, listen, the car were parked up in middle of Gipton, LS8. It's little bastards what have done it, not police.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably is.
It
These
wasn't parked
tormentors.
outside my house.
Have you got your fines yet from fucking Cleveland?
There is no fine. It's not been. It's not
I
been
knew it
reported.
wouldn't. I knew it wouldn't.
Yeah.
I knew it.
So,
So Chris, we're talking about filming inside shopping centres, and we know you're an expert in this area. You and Mark.
in the shopping centres.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, it would a bad mistake of mine. That, to be honest.
Well,
not what I'm at.
Meadow Hill was mad.
Oh, mate,
I think a
what?
lot of it was warranted, but it was brilliant viewing. But I think it caused you guys a wee bit of bother, didn't it?
It's not. It were more personal. It were more personal than anything else. All I've ever wanted to do, right, is speak out for working class and go against the police and prison service and council. To be honest, but my intention were never to go around bothering security guards and working class people. But if they want to act as tyrants while we're doing what we're doing, we've got to close them down, haven't we?
But as we've seen in the past, though, the security can't use Section 3 of the Criminal Law Act or Section 24 of PACE because you've not committed an indictable offence. They can only ask you nicely to leave and kind of shoo you on to get out the building.
If that's
To
the
use that
case,
level of force is unlawful.
Well, that'd mean, that anywhere that we go that's private land, there's certain rules to follow. You can't just go grabbing people. Like if you've noticed me, asking people to get me a map or anything like that, you can actually dispute the land. Yeah. If it's private land, you can dispute it, and they have to prove that it's their land. So when it comes to like force, removing people, assaulting people, the thing is, right, you can't do anything about it. It shouldn't happen. You should be able to give them a crack. Right, but the second that you do that, and this is what happened at Meadowhall, I didn't go there for that. I went there. Right, I don't like going into shopping centres where cameras are to have fights. It's not what it's about. We went there to stand on a public bridge and say, listen, this is a public bridge now. Come and move us. Right, because we were all excited. Everybody wanted to get their story out. Everybody wanted to get the best of the best. Everybody wanted to, be in front, kind of thing. It went fucking hectic. Listen.
And I'll tell you what, Chris. So that video helped me a lot because not in a bad way, but it showed me that's why I want to audit alone, because you're in full control. Do you know what I mean? But if you audit alone, you got that control. Not that I'm against but any situation is under your control, and do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Well, there's joint enterprise, isn't there? So, example, if we get into a fight or whatever, and somebody kills somebody, well, we're part of that. And I've got 4 kids. Yeah. I do think about that when I'm on my own. Right, I know the worst that's going to happen. Right, is that I'm going to get locked up for something very small. That can be challenged. Example, that fine were challenged straight away. Yeah. Right? Do you know why they did that, guys? Because they're a very corrupt force, Cleveland police, and they came out like that. They knew what were happening, and they spun it straight on me. And they told me clearly, if I don't give my name, I'm getting arrested. Well, I'm not there to get arrested and spend 8 hours in a cell just to entertain people. I couldn't give a crap about that. I'm there to prove a point, and I'm there to make money. And it's as simple as that. And I love doing it. I love getting. If you've noticed, right, I can only speak like that because I love doing it and I love looking into it and I love challenging them and making them answer. They're very stern with us out there when we do anything wrong, but it's really getting to me that these police officers are not getting charged for offences. They're just getting dismissed.
No, they are. They're being let off scot-free, and that's what this is. What I mean. It's about trying to turn the background on them and challenge them, like you say, and ask them the questions. Let's do a James Beeman and
it's empowering.
Script, you know what I mean?
No, it's empowering, because what's happening now, right, is before we had the IPCC, the IOPC. You complain to these people, and they're basically ex-policemen, retired policemen, and you're complaining to them, and they're biased and they don't give a crap. It never gets anywhere. But now what we don't need them now, guys. We've got cameras now, and it's as simple as that. It's as simple as an S8 smartphone, and anything that's happened to you from them, the council, the prison, the police force. You get out with your S8 or whatever it is. It can be anything. It can be an iPhone 6. It's got a camera and you can upload to you. So to get out there, anything, just challenge them on anything.
We were saying that earlier on, Chris, that we encourage anybody just pick up your phone and record and
anybody, because it's very empowering.
If you don't want to use something so obvious, you could buy little tiny spy cameras off Amazon.
Exactly.
Like
well, there you
or a
go.
watch, you know what I mean?
And they wouldn't have a clue.
Exactly.
Well, I'll tell you something. If people started doing it like that, you'd see people act different when cameras on, you see. Yeah. And it's kind of like a safety mechanism. It's kind of like to say, listen, now, listen, I've been assaulted, but I've got a lifelong injury by hands of prison officers, and I've been assaulted many times by police. But when there's a camera there, there's that element of safety where, listen, you violate me in that way, and you're held accountable for your actions, and I will hold you accountable. With that, they start to detest you, start to come at you. I don't believe.
Oh, is it that?
Your audio
went quiet. Like.
Oh,
I really don't. I don't believe this is happening. But I do know that certain people are getting a bit like paranoid with it. But that's mental health, that, guys. If you've noticed, most auditors have got mental health issues, including me.
I do,
Do you think that's why they put that in that document for auditors and bloggers then, to use the mental health on us? Section 43.
Okay, yeah. Well, if they want to start doing that, because mental health,
right? They've not just put Section 43 of the Terrorism Act. They put antisocial behaviour, and they've also put mental health.
I think they've used up the Section 43 now, so that's the new act.
So they're going down Mental Health Act. So, but it's them that's making everybody mental. It's the society that we're living in at the minute. We've been in lockdown for over a year.
Exactly.
Everybody's cracking up. Everybody's tense. Everybody's tense out there. Do you know what I mean?
They make it worse. They're approaching someone, and they're like, they say we're the antagonisers, but they're approaching someone, say with someone who's got Asperger's or something like that, and they're saying, "Oh, you're getting loud, you're getting, you're shouting." Well, they can't get it in their head that you're the one causing that. You know what I mean? They're being that way because you're causing them to react that way. If you just spoke to them calmly and de-escalated it, that wouldn't happen, and that would be an issue.
Because if you've noticed how we speak to people that are like that, they get full respect, don't they? But they don't take that into account. Like the police, what people try and do in society, right? These entities like councils, police, they start. You know what they say? First thing, you're being aggressive.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
How?
And it's like, wait a minute, you fucking violated me, right? It's causing my mental health to flame up, my anxiety. When I get anxious, I get angry, or I come across as angry. I'm not particularly angry. You're just perceiving me as angry. You don't want to see me angry. When I get angry, that's fucking crazy. But now I'm not.
Go on.
Sorry, mate.
I was going to say, I said that before. When the cops turn up, they instantly go towards the person that have rung the police. But when there's two of them, they should be splitting up, getting your side of the story and the coming together.
Who said that?
No, I'm saying Manchester Audit.
That's well said, mate. Yeah, well said. Exactly. So, example, and that's basically breaching their oath, isn't it? Because their oath is to remain impartial. So, whether they're called out by somebody, they have to remain impartial to both sides. But like what you've just said, no matter what, who phones the police, they've got the best say kind of thing.
Aye.
And yours is classed as a counter allegation after that.
Yeah.
Why is it the person gets blamed who's carrying the camera? Why do they instantly think we're doing something wrong because we're carrying a camera? And yet the camera, and yet they still don't seem to realise the camera is the third eye. Well, I've got everything recorded here, so they can say what they want. They can lie.
The eye that never lies.
Recorded here. You know what I mean?
And then they put you in that spot where I want to see your footage, and it's like, well, if I stop this, we've got to rely on you not deleting that body camera footage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
so what about this one then?
Get a body camera myself.
That's where it comes in good when you do get two auditors teaming up, because at least then you've got two different angles. So
that's why I'm going to buy a body camera anyway. So I've got a secondary device to fall back on.
Yeah.
So why don't somebody do like a reverse audit, right, and go out there and just have little banners and that, just celebrating police, like we love you. We love you guys, way! Beeping as way! God bless you, man, well done! Yeah. Tell the bastards that then, they'll be all over us.
Yeah,
Chris, you already tried to take them a fucking picnic, mate, and that didn't fucking work, mate.
That was amazing, that was awesome.
Hey, listen, do you want me to try a reverse audit tomorrow?
Do it, mate.
For sure.
Go to Blackburn. We've been having a lot of Blackburn audits. Go to Cardiff, neck of the woods.
Nah, that'll go out way, it's getting a bit heavy up north. I think I'm going down south next week.
Oh.
I say that, but I say down south, you'll see me in fucking Edinburgh because...
we were chatting about that before, about Police Scotland. What's your encounters with them again, Chris?
Yeah, I'm scared. Listen, I'm not going to lie. I'll tell you the truth, man. I'm scared to go back to Scotland.
Hey, Chris, I'm scared, mate. I'm Scottish. I'm scared.
Yeah, they're sickheads, them police up there. They're fucking brutal, right? Listen, no body cams, nothing. No body cams. No, we don't need them, guys.
No.
Fuck off. That copper, yeah. But listen, guys, he's currently getting sued. Is that copper? So I'll be putting out outcome of that on YouTube with a big payment at end because they've accepted excessive force, improper use of procedure, and failing to identify. But I'm trying to take it further. I'm classing it as assault. They're saying excessive force, but I'm saying it's assault. Right. I'm an innocent member at public. It's not excessive force. Excessive force is used on a criminal, isn't it? Right. Yeah. Well, I'm a member at public, so it's assault. So I'm taking that to prosecutor fiscal, and I'm going to shove it up their ass. Nice. So my family need to eat. My family need to eat at the expense of police. And listen, guys, this is all, like I said on my video yesterday, I was getting a bit of stick for it because I said basically my subscribers will pay that fine. And what I meant by that is my subscribers don't pay me, right? By my subscribers watching my videos, that ad revenue is what pays me. Yeah. Right? I make about 150 quid a month off at membership thing, and I give 100 quid back to members by doing the raffle thing.
Yeah.
So it's not like people were making out like I were expecting people. I don't expect nothing of nobody. Right. Do you know what I mean? But I meant it's paid for by people watching the video. Like example, that video is going to make a lot more ad revenue than the 200 quid fine.
Do you know, and that's another thing about these videos as well. Again, we can't do right from doing wrong. If we're on benefits, claiming benefits, we get slated. And yet, if we're earning honest money out of making money off YouTube, we get slated as well. So
fucking YouTube, I swear to God, nobody told me how much work goes into YouTube.
No, it's a lot, isn't it?
It's not. Hey, it's not like I said to Shannon, right? It's not easy. Looks like it's just like a 20-minute video, but it's the hours of researching and then like going there and getting it right. And one police station might not buy. Example, you don't see the footage where we're going to police stations, and it's a bit dry. And I want quality over quantity. Do you know what I mean? So I want the quality to be good. I don't just want to bang 10 videos on a day.
Editing the videos and comments and being part of the community. It's a full-time graft. Honest to God.
Yeah, you're a producer, editor, presenter. You're all of that, and then you've got Shannon and kids, and then your own family and stuff like that. Right. And then, do you know what? Right, I had a bit of a breakdown. If I went quiet for a couple of weeks, I listen when I go like that, right? I listen to a guy called Jordan Peterson. I'd recommend him to any of you guys that struggle, anything like that. Just any mental health issues. Just type Jordan Peterson, depression, anxiety, bipolar, anything like that, and that man will cure you. He's a genius. He's a psychotherapist.
Nice.
He's written a book called The 12 Rules of Life. And one of the rules in there that I'm trying to grasp at the minute is treat yourself like somebody you care about. And I think that's rule number 8.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I find that hard, me. And what you do there, what I'd say to myself then is, look, Chris, you need to start eating right.
Yeah.
Little bits like that, do you know what I mean? You have to look after yourself as well.
Oh, she did.
Exactly right, Chris.
But guys, listen, get on. I'm going to get off now because it's family day. But
respect.
No, it's all right. Listen, I'll give you a shout, Kat, on my next video. All right.
Thanks,
get
mate.
you pumping.
Thank you.
You guys keep it up. All right. Respect everyone.
Respect, live free.
Look after yourself, live free.
Everyone, respect to live free. Oh, wow. Thanks, Maggie, for sending him link. Thank you.
Right, cheers, Max.
That was it. That's all Bannerman said. Respect, live free, and that's it.
Well, I spoke to Chris before in court personally, and Chris knows I'm a listener. He knows I observe people.
Yeah.
And total respect for him. He does a great job. And at the end of the day, we're all up against it, really.
Yeah,
we
exactly.
are.
And you are always going to have them dips, definitely, especially in these
times. I like about Chris is he's an honest guy. You know.
Yeah, he is very honest. People can't. And I was chatting with some people about this last night. He's very determined as well. He's got a good business head on him, and you know what I mean. He gets something in his head, he goes out and he achieves it. You know what I mean. He'll achieve anything. You know what I mean.
Watching him as well as many others is part of the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So respect to the guy.
And like you said, Pinak, the whole reason why I'm doing this is because I spent 2 years. Well, no, I've spent the last 5 years watching audit videos altogether. More of them were American, and then for the past 2-3 years, I've watched more English auditors. And I was just screaming. I was just constantly screaming at my phone. Why are you doing that? Stop doing that! Frustrating, more and more frustrated watching these audits and not doing anything about it. And everyone's like, go out and do it. Go and do one yourself. And it's like, no, I can't do that. So it's like, anybody can do it. Honestly, anyone out there who thinks they can't do it, you really can. And like I said, even if your intentions aren't to go out and do an audit, just who you are as a person. You don't. Thank you, Live Free. Thank you very much. Just giving me my tenner back. I give him a month.
But just pass money between us.
Just borrow it back.
I'll get the tenner next time, and then I'll pass it to Manchester. You'll pass it.
Yeah, right. I'm standing in my pocket, mate. Cobwebs in my fucking wallet.
Nice one, buddy. Thank you for that. But yeah, it's just, and honestly, anyone can do it, and it's just about being yourself. If you and I said this to Maggie as well. I said, the more natural a video, the better. So if you enjoy a particular hobby or you enjoy doing something, talk about it. Go on, film and talk about it, and find someone who'll connect with you, even if it's just one person out there who'll watch your video and enjoy it. It's not about tomorrow I'm going to wake up and I'm going to have 1 million subscribers. It's just about making that one person happy.
I'll tell you what's actually unknowingly become the most important thing to me is my community, and this is why I make individual, not always audit videos. I make individual videos for messages, and I always integrate my viewers. And like, for example, with the Kelly and Eddie saga, me and my viewers, my community, have made them part of our community, and we all joke about it. And then there's the magical stones, still available. I've got a few left if anybody wants to buy one.
How have you done with that? Have they been selling? Have they been selling your magical stones? Have you? Yeah. Has people been buying them?
Honest to God, I've packaged 50 envelopes last night, and some have got 2. and honest to God, but it's something me and my community share between us. So it's a wee connection we have, and this is what I love. It's just like we have this wee bond between us, and we're sharing the same experiences, the same people, the same ideas, and that's what I really love. So the community is becoming more of a part of this rather than going out filming.
We're getting our viewers in, especially with these live streams. We're getting our viewers in you know, you're becoming a part of this. You're helping us out with your suggestions and ideas and things. You're a bigger part of this than not just us, but you are as well. You know.
So where did you get the magic stores from? B&Q, is it? Is it a bag of 1,000 or something?
It went to Bob.
We can't afford one, pal. Sorry.
Don't make me come up to Preston. It's not that far, you know.
No, mate.
Someone's garden in Preston empty. They've no.
Tell you what, the first and original magic stone is actually from Sainsbury's car park in Deepdale. Okay. So if anybody wants a matching one, you'll find similar in that car park.
That's a good question.
John UK wants to see more of our union flags in its official colours. This thing with the thin blue line stuff. I get people's arguments with it. I really do.
This is a big one for the community as well.
The
thin blue line.
But then there's the thin green line. There's the thin red.
Well, that's right.
Are you still going to argue that paramedics have defaced the flag as well?
No, valid point, because I personally would feel less inclined to argue with a paramedic or a fireman than I would a police. I think police have just got that stigma where you just want to punch them in the face, you know?
But then you say that, but then when you need the police's help, you need them, don't
you? You know what? And this is me, what do you like? And I'm not. This obviously doesn't apply to everybody. This is me. I haven't phoned the police for help in my life.
Yeah.
Never. And I don't know. I don't know if I've just been lucky, but I've never phoned the police for nothing. But yeah, the thing with the thin blue line is a lot of people died to defend that Union Jack. And with them defacing it, it's very controversial. I personally don't like it. I don't always raise it. I personally
I don't acknowledge it.
Yeah, kicking the you know for the people who defended it and made it what it is. And like the word Great Britain, I honestly think we're losing the word great now. I honestly, it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, anybody else get any thoughts on the thin blue line?
My thoughts on the thin blue line, because at one time I didn't understand what it was for, and then I found out it was to do with charity and fallen police officers.
Yeah.
What about the fallen soldiers? You know, and the people who's died for that flag? Like you say, it's like changing its meaning.
Yeah, it is.
It's like changing your colours.
Yeah.
You're no longer part of something. You've changed your colours. You're not longer. It's not a Union Jack anymore, is it?
Yeah. Well, that's it, and that's why we always say it's a gang sign, because it's like an gang, and it wouldn't surprise me if a few of these coppers actually get a wee kick out of that. Oh, they know we're in a wee gang, you know.
I do know that.
They don't always wear it, do they? They don't always. All of them wear it, should I say? There was only some, isn't there?
Well, I do know that the police at one time, they was dead against this Union Jack having the blue line on it in Britain, but there were so many police officers doing it, they didn't know who started it. That's the story I've heard. Wow. And then it became bigger and bigger and bigger, beyond control, and then the police couldn't even control their own then. So it's within. It started from within.
Right, very interesting.
Do we want to answer this question?
Well, mine's
I think Manchester's pretty simple.
Mine's fine. I'm fine. You guys carry on. I'll just sit here listening in.
Well, you know,
I'm interested in yours. I don't think I've heard yours yet.
PINAC reports, people in need and care, as you know. Well, it's not really the case.
That's gonna stick.
I know. To be honest, I prefer it. I do like it.
Same.
People in need and care. It matches my personality and my goals as well. I like that. So PINAC, I know the term anyway.
Pornography is not a crime.
And there's some weird guy about on YouTube called PINAC News has already took the word news. I'm only kidding.
You better stop. He won't plug you. He won't give you a plug if you carry on.
So I'll tell you the truth. The word reports, I did want that because it would leave me open-ended to report on many different things, not always necessarily PINAC related, because I do enjoy reporting on just matters of public interest, you know, in general as well. But the photography ones always bothered me. People have always had a problem with photographing in public and videography as well. And being I've been a graphic designer before, so I've needed imagery and videography and video for design work and stuff. So it sort of all ties in. I've tried to be part of the PINAC movement, but also reporting on matters of public interest. You know, so that's how I'm called PINAC Reports.
Someone left me a good, interesting comment yesterday of you should change the PINAC to pint. Photography is not terrorism. I thought that was
that is pretty good.
Pint reports. Someone else is the new auditor. You can call yourself Pint Reports.
I watched Bannerman, and I know why he's called Bannerman, and it's really good. It's really
good. You want to explain yourself, Mark? You can.
Well, PINAC, I'd like to hear PINAC's Scottish impression of an American saying Bannerman.
I just tried it, Bannerman. I think I'm quite good at American.
Yeah, so basically, I have an American friend. My last name's Banner, and he could never pronounce the R. I said then, didn't I? He could never pronounce the R when he says, "Hey, Bannerman, how are you doing?" It's an American thing, and I can't speak American. Now they're Liverpudlian, now they're Scottish, but you know, it's not even English.
You just manage English, don't you?
That's the one. Catwoman, Catwoman. What about you? You're over a dogs, aren't you?
Again, mine's just self-planetary. Everyone thinks it's because I like cats, but no, Cat is my name. I'm a woman, and the 2005 was just Rebecca were born, so it's pretty boring, really. I mean, obviously, again, this is the name. I did think about changing my name, but because obviously this is the name I come up with when I started YouTube, so it's not really anything to do with how, but it's just my nickname.
I think it'd be weird if you changed it now.
It'd be too late. That's what I thought.
I tried to change mine, and people didn't like it because they unsubscribed. So I was like, right, I'm putting it back. I put it to Manchester Media, and it was like, unsubscribe.
Yeah.
But what the?
Yeah. Why did you do that?
Yeah.
Well, because I'm more interested in doing events like Bannerman's been doing.
Right.
Yeah.
But obviously, with the current climate, I can't go anywhere to do anything. So
well,
I thought, you know what?
And stuck with it, mate. If that's what you truly wanted, you should have bit the bullets with it and read it out because it's leaving you open-ended for the end goal.
Yeah, true.
Banana Man. Hold on, Banana. Who has
Banana Man? Banana Man. Can we do a song on Banana Man?
It's Gwen Stefani. If nobody knows, it's Gwen Stefani's song, the B-A-N-A-N-A-N. This is my shit. B-A-N-A-N. And that just automatically pops.
That's a good name. PINAC UK. Current climate. That is a good one. We get that a lot.
There's a lot of PINACs, isn't there, as well? PINAC News, PINAC UK. I think there's another one, but yeah, I think.
News,
This is what I mean. Anyone, again, who wants to go out and do auditing or just filming in general, just the fun of coming up with your name and a new creative name. I love seeing all these different crazy crazy names. Some of them are.
I was just lazy.
Batman, copy striking
Batman,
there.
that's good.
You know what I mean? But yeah, people have got some interesting creative names on YouTube. You know what I mean? So it's interesting to see all the different names. So
I mean Tyrant Finder. I mean, love him or
yeah,
hate him, that is a good name.
it
That
is
is a good name.
I mean, Audit and Different and Live Free, I love them as well.
Yeah.
Self-explanatory, you know.
Name. I think that's good. So it's like, you know, UK Meet the Tyrants. Yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah.
I love his name because it's like saying, it's talking to us all. UK, meet these tyrants, and I really like that.
Yeah, is it how it is? Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
Crazy lady, G.
You can find her.
Who's got the funniest name in the comments?
Yeah,
let's have a look.
Go on. Let's see. Let's get. So anyone wanting to start up a new channel, let's give them some channel name ideas.
Hey, Mags, if you're going to be promoting your channel, throw our links in there as well.
We'll be snubbing each other. We'll be paying each other for our names next. You keep that name off me. Because the funny thing about my name is, if you type Catwoman 2005 in YouTube or on Google, what comes up? It's the Catwoman from Batman.
Yeah.
My name doesn't come up. It's
Yeah.
that.
Can I ask you a question? So, somebody in the comments is called Carl Stevenson Auditing, who's just subbed you, by the way, Catwoman.
Yeah, I think he will. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, what do people think about people using like the real name there?
I know. I noticed. Yeah.
You know, because
I was very thingy about putting my face on camera, and then I was like, oh, I do radio, so I'm kind of like, I don't anymore, but I was kind of like, yeah, I'm in the public eye anyway. Fuck it. And then it's like putting my name. No, definitely not.
Aye. No, I don't know, because I mean, I tell you what, I choose to remain anonymous because I've got kiddies, right? And when I started, I did get a few bad messages off people, and so which made me really glad that I kept anonymous. I'll always wear my mask on camera, always.
Yeah.
And for that as well, I get a lot of stick as well. Why are you wearing a mask? You're a sheep and all that shit. And it's just like,
it's your decision.
Well, so it's for anonymity. Sean G, who flung dung. That's brilliant.
Hey, hello.
Yeah, none of your business.
None of your business. In the building. How's it going?
Hi guys. All right, mate.
We're getting some big names in today, people. Getting some big names.
Come on, Pinnacky News. Where are you on this? Stop being.
He doesn't do live.
Lonely man.
Pinnacky, I don't think. He doesn't really do
It's like 2:30 in the morning. I thought I'd come in to say hello.
What time?
It's in Australia, don't
forget. In Australia, mate.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Late night live stream.
3 in the afternoon here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
How are you, Nunya?
I've been editing, but I've been listening in the background with my earphones.
Ah, legend. So you do
it.
Live Free was on before. So how's it out there then with the shopping centres? Because I've not seen many auditors in Australia going into shopping centres, shopping malls. What's it like for filming over there?
I filmed inside a shopping centre before, not to order, just because I wanted to, and I've never been approached by anyone.
So do we get that then? Is there sort of like a nova you give up when it comes to filming? Either can they tell whether someone's filming for a certain purpose, whether it because they seem to have a preconceived idea that you're already filming anyway, whether you are or not. Like I said, whether you're filming yourself or you're filming the centre, the security guards always seem to have a preconceived idea of what you're doing. So it's like if you go in there as a vlogger and you're just going in there just to film for the sake of it, you don't seem to get harassed. You don't seem to get bothered. But if you are going in there as an auditor, you seem to get approached. So it's like, do auditors attract the security guards, whether they want it or not? It's weird, isn't it?
I think it also depends.
I don't think target us directly.
I don't know, because they seem to
they do.
know what we're doing. They seem to know what they're doing, but still want, or don't film me, but yet they still want to purposely put themselves on camera. I don't understand that.
I think they would just do it for anybody, in my eyes.
I don't know, really.
I think if you make it obvious, they're gonna approach you regardless. I mean, you don't have to be walking around with a 10-foot camera on your shoulders to know that what you're doing. You know what I mean? If you've got a phone on a gimbal, they're gonna know you're gonna be video recording that.
Aye. See, I honestly think the gimbal is almost makes them target me automatically. I'm not sure. That's why I asked you that question earlier on, Kat. Like, the difference between going into a shopping centre with a gimbal or just carrying your phone. And I think having the gimbal ups the level a wee bit, like makes it a wee bit more severe in their eyes for some reason. I don't know.
Maybe try it in your next video then. Don't do it with a gimbal and see what happens. Because I think as well, like, that's what I mean. I don't use a gimbal. I haven't used my gimbal yet, sorry, Nunya. I haven't actually got around to using it.
Anybody who doesn't know, none of your business has actually provided the entire UK with a gimbal.
Really? Wait, what is he?
But if I've always gone in and I'm always holding it, but that gets me as well when you hold it, because as a vlogger, you're holding your phone like this out in front of you. Now, obviously, again, when I went up to that shop in Preston, the woman, she automatically presumes I was filming her. How do they not know? Like I said, I'm just not going to a shopping centre and just film yourself. And if you get approached, you say, sorry, I'm just filming myself. You know what I mean? And you're holding your camera and you're just filming your own face. You're not even filming the shopping centre. So you could do it in so many different ways. Try do a video and do it, and next time, don't use your gimbal and see what happens. It's one of them, isn't it?
See, they bring the terrorism into it, but then terrorism, people who are scoping places out, in its nature, is covert. They do it covertly. They're not going to have a big camera on their shoulder filming security cameras, and filming where guards are going and what have you. And for us, when we go into a place, we're just going all around, aren't we? Taking in the whole atmosphere, taking in the people, taking in the shops, filming ourselves. We're not filming security cameras. We're not filming security guards. We're not bothered.
John UK in the comments has got a nice wee comment there saying auditors are mobile CCTV, which is brilliant because we are.
It's a very good point. Yeah. But for what reason? Again, we don't actually, like Nonya says, it's none of your business why we're doing it.
I can tell you why they do it.
But,
Go on,
I can tell you why they do it.
Go on.
From a security operative point of view, they're told to do that by the bosses. The bosses expect them to do that, to challenge people with cameras. And although it's wrong, in my opinion, even though I'm a security officer, this is what causes the controversy. If people are going to do things, they'll do it covertly and not overtly. And people should recognise the difference. These security officers should be, if I hold their bosses liable, the company owners, they should feed this information down, how to respond to people with cameras, and they don't. They just absolutely don't.
I think a lot of it's scaremongering as well from national news about terrorism stuff and that. I just think, it's constantly in people's minds because the media are constantly just spreading crap about it, and it's always going to be there, and we're always going to struggle to get past that barrier of what are you doing? Are you doing terrorism stuff? Are you scoping a place out? I don't think we'll ever get past that.
But I still want to know where that connection has come from. I still don't understand how filming a shopping centre, filming what shops there is related to
and I'll say this as I've said before, I'm a former steward and that, we've watched the terrorism video that shows security guards, and it states about people that are filming. And it's like, that's where the connection comes from.
I can't connect it. I know. It's just me. I can't connect it. I can't connect something as innocent as making a video, a fun video with. I mean, I get it. I get how
he's right.
Someone can film it and maybe send it off to someone else. I get it on that level, but I just can't put the connections together.
So Sean G put a comment. It's control, and absolutely, it's control, and it's excuses. They're looking for they're looking for any reason, and don't get me wrong, terrorism, absolutely. None of you's going for a wee walk. So terrorism is absolutely awful, absolutely. But a guy or a woman out vlogging their life or whatever, and then getting approached and accused and for terrorism is insane.
Yeah.
So yeah, but good shout. Control.
I think your dog agrees as well.
No, that wasn't my dog howling. That wasn't my dog.
Mine.
Oh, is that your no? Your dog agrees then. Look at that. That was a good howl.
That's the Malibu. He always howls when a motorbike is riding past.
I mean, this is. I always come back to like when I went to New York and I filmed, you know, in New York. Again, I was there as a tourist. I was there as a, you know, just vlogging. But yet, I was still filming government buildings. You know, I still went inside government buildings, and I literally got left alone. You know what I mean? And but yet, if I went back there and audited it, I feel like it'd be something completely different. So it's a strange one, and you know. And like you say, it's a challenge. Well, they shouldn't be challenging. It's more they should be asking questions. You know, are you? And again, people. This is why I like to answer questions. I don't like to do a silent audit. I'd rather answer them. But if you say, I'm just vlogging. I'm just vlogging my experience. What is so wrong in that? You know, leave us alone. They should have the integrity to say, "Oh, right, she's doing nothing wrong," and walk away. But I don't know.
And it's like I said earlier, it's like common sense and common courtesy has gone out the window. It's gone.
Yeah.
People used to reason and just think, well, these guys are up to no good. Leave them alone, you know. And that used to happen, but it's power mad. It's crazy now.
There is only so many times you can ask that question. Really, what you're doing, photographing us. Yeah. You know, at some point they have to take the initiative to recognise that it's probably just it's not that bad. You know, it's just someone maybe looking for a rise. You know, just they need to walk away at some point and recognise that earlier rather than later.
Yeah, I mean that's even more adamant. Even if someone is there to do it on purpose and get a rise out of someone, they should be clever enough to see that and say, right, well, we're not going to give them that rise that they want. We're not going to let them bait us, because they say it in the videos, don't they? You're just trying to get a rise out of us. You're just trying to bait us. Yeah. Well, then walk away. Walk away. Don't give them that. You know what I mean?
Live free had the other day, didn't he? At GMP, he had an officer do that.
Yeah.
He went, "We're not even going to take you on. See you later."
And they do take them, don't they? Yeah. You know, again, Nanya, I don't know if you want to talk about your last video that I shared it on my page, and the officers were saying, weren't they?
I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was a good one. The where you was with a mate and you went to the car park and the guy came out and said, "You can't be here. You're not allowed to be here." I think it was your last one you uploaded.
Yeah, they didn't want us filming their cars.
Yeah,
it baffled me how they interact with you.
Yeah, so they gave the move on order, and I actually complied because it was late in the day and I didn't want to get arrested. So what I did was I went back the next morning, and I refused to go. So I had the whole day, so I didn't care if they arrested me. So I went back. I said, "This time I'm not leaving," and they let me be.
Nice.
What can they do? What can they do apart from leave you alone, knowing full well you're not going to do well, or arrest you? This is the only two options. Or the other good one, the other hidden one they could do is stand there and have a good conversation with you and be honest with you. And you know what I mean? It's that, bridge that gap that we're looking for. This is all, I think we're all in the same boat here. We want that gap closed. You know what I mean?
The rise of camera phones have been around for quite early 2000s, I think. I don't know. So where is the line where it went from we're out there vlogging to we're out there being terrorists?
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know.
Crazy.
I mean, for me, for stuff outside, if you're doing a shopping centre outside or whatever, should be left alone, because if it's seen on Google Maps, what difference to make if they're filming it?
Right.
It's on Google Maps. Anybody can see it. Everybody can check it out. What have you? We're outside. Leave us alone.
Yeah.
Fair enough. If we're inside, you could, challenge it, ask them what they're doing, ask them to leave as soon as possible, etc., or stop filming. Fair enough. But if it's outside, just leave us alone. Let us get on with what we're doing. Otherwise, it's just going to carry on, and you're not going to.
Do you know what? All these police could shut us down overnight if they complied, if they did what they should. We wouldn't have a job to do. If they literally let us crack on and no bother us and no see us as a threat, then we'd have nothing to report on them, and they would. And we would close down overnight.
Exactly, that's it. I mean, if they were really clever about it, they could bring all the. I mean, they could, if they, I guess, touch wood, it doesn't happen. They could find a way of shutting our channels down if they really wanted to. But this is what I mean from the start. Something tells me they secretly do want to be filmed. There's something behind. There's like alternative motive. Whether it's a good interaction or a bad one, something tells me they secretly want to be filmed.
YouTube stars. Maybe they all want to be
Like, do you know what they say? Even bad news is still good news. Maybe that's the case with the police. They're still being, you know what I mean? They're still being focused on, even if it is being shone in a bad light. Surely. Otherwise, why don't film me, but yet be adamant that you're going to put yourself on a camera? I really don't understand it. I can't get my head around it.
That's the best one, isn't it? Stop filming me, but you come up to me with a camera.
That's one of my favourite ones.
Right.
That is one of my favourite ones.
That works.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I really don't understand it.
Is there a police power they like to abuse with you, Anya?
Sorry, say again?
Is there a police power they like to abuse with you? There's Section 43 of the Terrorism Act with us. What's the favourite one?
They don't try that shit on me. No way.
Just like, don't even try that, bro. Don't even try it.
Not the terrorism. I don't think I've ever had that.
What do you get?
I don't know if you've seen him auditing Victoria. He's just started. He gets it all the time.
Nice.
And like I'll do something and he gets the blame for it.
Brilliant.
Section 1 is this Pace?
Yeah.
Section 1.
What is
I think I've heard that. Is that
This is this is the search power of Section 1, is it? Is that what you're getting at, Penat UK?
Mike, are you aware of Section 1? Have you had the Section 1 yet?
No, not yet.
Section 1 of Pace, the searching power.
Yeah.
You have to have reasonable grounds to search, obviously.
Yeah.
Can't just
the police have to have reasonable grounds for anything they do.
Unless there's a Section 60.
They never do. They never do. It's always because you're filming. Well, we all know where that goes. I mean, like I say, you can. I don't know about you lot, but when you watch these videos, from any auditor, any place, you can predict the outcome of them, can't you? You can always, when that copper turns up, you can tell whether it's going to be a good one or a bad one, or whose side he's going to take by how he approaches. And they are becoming very predictable, some of them, aren't they? With the questions they ask and why are you here? What's your purpose? Have you got nothing better to do? It's always the same old, isn't it?
That message Ringo's just put in there about the stolen prohibited articles, that's reminded me of that YouTube video from the other day of that lad at the church with that guy who was suffering from mental health. Now, the officers totally were out of order for me and that. Searching him for any going equipped.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
He literally turned up.
Did you see that one, Daniel? Did you see that video of the
Mosley insects video? They used Section 1 of Pace to search him after he videoed them.
Mosley
insects. Robbed a random nearby house.
I mean, that blew up. I shared it. Marty shared it. who was it? Sun Transparency shared it in America. It went from about 300 subscribers to about 3.5 in a day.
Is this the guy that was near the cemetery?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that one as well.
Yeah, that
blew
enough,
up. The guy was going through a mental health thing. He didn't know that.
Yeah,
the
well,
officer
exactly.
did not need to speak to him like that. They should have just gone, look, mate, he's having a bit of a rough time. Do you mind just not, what are you doing? How would you like it if it's
screamed at him, didn't they? Yeah. Absolutely screamed at him. I want to know, like I said, do any of these, I mean, I've said this once, do any of these police officers actually watch any of these videos back and how they feel going out in public and showing them space after it's been released? You know what I mean? And do they still defend their actions, or will they apologise, or you know what I mean?
Well, every time I upload a video, I send a link directly to the
that's a good
the whole station and the chief commissioner. They all get a link.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Popcorn comes out.
They need to see it.
I'll tell you what. When I had my first, when I did my first audit at the Preston Police Station, it was a really good one. It was a really good interaction with an officer called Officer Kieran, and he was fantastic. I later found out that the police were actually sharing that between their own WhatsApp groups, enjoying it, you know, because it was a good interaction.
Yeah.
So they do have their own kind of communities, and they're obviously taking the piss out of us and that as well, you know. But so they are certainly watching this, and as Pinaki News said, they have a task force as well.
They're bound to, you know, and I wonder if they do sort of like pick out videos and say, right, like some of the bad interactions the one you know that I've had. How can we learn from this? What could we have done better? Surely there must be, you know.
Yeah, well, Pinaki News has put it there. They show it in the morning briefings. I mean, that would be done by the sergeant or inspector who's doing the briefing. You know, if they're there going, act like this or don't act like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they start using it for training for future officers as well.
I mean, if that is the case, then these officers are seeing it. Why are they so blatantly unaware that this is happening? Because they still come out and behave the same. Not all of them, and I think it is calming down in some areas. But even knowing this does go on and this does happen, and YouTube is a thing, they still come out and give us the same. Oh, you're the one causing trouble. You're the one doing this. It's like they just haven't got a clue.
I mean, the call's been there for the NPCC to release an updated document of how to deal with us, because the last one was 2010. So you can see it's gone that amount of time for them to then go, actually, we're seeing an increase in these guys. We need to rebrief the troops on how to deal with them and what powers they can.
The fact that they're having to have a briefing to learn how to deal with us. They're interacting with the public. They should already know that. They should already know on a professional level how to interact with the public. And it's mad that they don't.
No, agreed.
Brian says the police watch Bannerman and anti-lockdown protest videos. I've been contacted by police on comments.
Really?
Wow.
What was that again?
Brian put police watch. Oh, it's gone up. Oh, there we go. It's on the screen now, Bannerman.
Yeah. What comments? What were the comments?
Who's been contacted?
In the comments,
Brian, or I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, like now, even doing this, if there are police in here, hello, if there is, hello. If there are police, then they could be setting up profiles and commenting themselves just to see what we're going to say. And you just don't know, do you? You don't know.
I think it's well recognised. I think it's well recognised that the police do monitor these videos any video, because that's another way of intelligence gathering. So they're looking at other people's live streams and everything. So even though they're sending their own evidence.
Caught out, hasn't he?
Sorry?
Marty Blackburn has been caught out for that drone he flew on top of that buzz.
Well, it's strange that because they normally turn around and say we can't use footage from YouTube unless it's got somebody, you know, with the complaint to go with it. So they've obviously they don't always tell the truth, in my opinion. But having said that, you know, the police have got their own evidence gatherers, but they're also looking on YouTube everybody's videos. There's somebody going through everything and looking for evidence in every video for whatever the task is.
I'd love nothing more if there is a police officer watching or a sergeant watching. I'd love nothing more for him to jump on. You know what I mean? And hear from their sides and how they do handle us, and if they do have.
No, we've got to go through press office, and we've got to do it this way.
The usual spiel. I love that when an auditor turns up and they go, "Oh, go to the media office, go to talk to the media," but they're not answering us. They're not talking to us. Why can't you answer the question there and then? Why are you sending us somewhere else?
Then it'll be, have you had a cup of tea today, Sergeant? Go to the press office. Why can't you answer that? You know?
Exactly. Have you not got brains to answer that yourself? That's it. Just answer it yourself. We're here. Oh, I mean, even if you lie, even if you I don't know, just answer the question there. Just answer the question however you want to. Because I personally think when they're ignoring us or they're not answering it, they're making themselves look more guilty. So, you know what I mean?
Oh, there we go. A bit of clarification from Brian. His police was asking who is organising anti-lockdown protests via comments on a channel. Well, Bannerman's not going to know, is he? He just turns up.
I think the police officer, you'll see in the last video I did, she was asking herself, what's your name? What organisation are you for? You know, the guy who was obviously quoting common law. So they're always on the go for asking people, and they'll even infiltrate groups when they can. I mean, Telegram's not safe because they get links put up in Facebook, and anybody can join Telegram. So you can bet there's police officers even in Telegram monitoring the situation and maybe even playing a part to, you know, entice people.
Big up Audit. Ed in the chat. Why don't you come and join us, Ed?
I'll put the link in as well if you want to. Oh, hang on. Let me just put the link in.
Yeah, that's a good one, Panaki News. That Sherlock Jones at the mall one, that got him, but that got them in the bother. And we were saying that's a live free, weren't it? Or it kind of bit him in the ass.
No. Yeah, and I mean, I did enjoy watching that video at the mall, but it was. I was trying to explain this to my son about it's like the group mentality. It's different. There's different dynamics when there's a group of you going out auditing. We all have different goals, you know, and. That's why I've teamed up with UK Meet the Tyrants, and it was fantastic, and it went well, and the guy's mad, but, I do like to have that control of the outcome by going slow, you know, like if anything happens, it's on my toes alone.
But for them to do that to Arthur Taylor, though, that was really extreme for me. There was no need.
Oh no, 100%. I don't agree with how the security acted in there, and I was really rooting for the boys when they were arguing back. I was rooting for them massively, but the security seen a group of guys coming over. It was a recipe for disaster, sadly. But it was warranted and justified, and I am glad they did it and stood up for themselves, you know, and didn't take shit at them, and it was great to watch. But it did help me as an auditor decide that I will choose to be solo, and I will absolutely do like feature dual audits with other auditors. But it's not going to be like a regular thing that I couldn't make it regular.
Can I touch upon something? Regards to that mall, for instance, the shopping centre. This is where some security officers don't remember that they can actually use physical force, but it's got to be reasonable and proportionate. Yep. And even if they don't actually break any laws, if you're trespassing, you've been asked to leave at least 3 or 4 or 5 times reasonably, you can then start reasonably escorting them out. So right. I'm not going to comment on how it was handled by the SIA. At the end of the day, there'll be an investigation into that. But yeah. I actually do believe that the SIA could have actually done a little bit better before they intervened.
Yeah.
But however, they were doing their job how they felt at the time, and I wasn't there. So whether they felt threatened in any way, I don't know. But at the end of the day, you can use reasonable force, but it has to be proportionate. So, for instance, if someone's leaning forward, you can stop them leaning forward, and you can very gently just ease them backwards. But once they start easing more forward onto you, you can then raise the back to them. So you can only be 5%, 10% stronger than them in that sense. Yeah. So it's a delicate situation, and not a lot of people know that.
I appreciate that, Bannerman. But I tell you what, the one in the car park with Sherlock Jones, when he at the Maryhill, is it called? What's it called? The shopping centre?
Meadowhall.
Meadowhall. Sorry. Yeah. Aye, at the Meadowhall. So the one that was challenging Sherlock Jones, he took a really physical stance with his fist clenched, like he was ready to do something. And to me, that was too much. It was too far.
I saw that, and I will comment on that. Actually, in my opinion, I believe the security guards could have actually done a little bit better for themselves. And once they get them out of the premises, for instance, they could have de-escalated rather than carry on escalating. So they did add to the problem.
Yeah, absolutely, spot on there, Bannerman.
But that's just my observation.
We say about them stopping us doing what we're doing. I mean, Coley Bucks, I don't know if you've seen his videos down at the Met. He's had to stop, hasn't he, because of the amount of court cases ongoing. And it's like, I really enjoyed watching his videos.
Yeah.
And because of the court cases he's got going on, the solicitors told him to stop. And it's like, in a way,
it's the same with man in the High Castle in Scotland, Manchester. Man in the High Castle in Scotland. He's being silenced. Left, right, and centre, and he's just one guy up there. And do you know what? If you watch his videos, he's so respectful. He's so nice. Always super polite. A lot of people can learn from this guy. And he's took a lot of shit, and now he's in a horrible position where he feels that he can't go out now. He can't do anything. He's being silenced, and that's the brutality of the Scottish police. They're crazy.
Yeah. They just never. They can't. It's like they just can't do anything wrong, can they? They're just never in the wrong. I mean, like this with Mosley Insects. They were clearly in the wrong for searching him. They could clearly see you weren't doing anything wrong, and yet they just get away with it. They're allowed to do it, and they get away with it.
I said walkies to him a million times, and he don't want him. What? Walkies?
Go on.
Walkies?
He's going for walkies, are you?
Go on. Go on.
Walkies.
You got my dog going now.
Go on, just go on.
Oh.
Go walkies.
Come in.
Go walkies.
My name because my dog's barking. Right, go on. Don't be beating it. Just take it.
Right. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to say nice to meet you all and none of your business. I've never met you before, but it's nice to see you. I love your dreadlocks, by the way. Anyway, thanks again. Thanks for having me, Kat, and I'll no doubt see you all at some point.
Yeah, carry on doing your good work, man.
I'll do my best.
Before you go, are you doing any more live streams? Because I know you started the live.
Well, I'm going to work on it, but give me a month to get something together.
No. Look out for Bannerman's live streams.
See you later then.
See you later.
Bye.
What's he?
So yeah, I mean, has anybody else got anything they'd like to say? Any comments on how we can bridge this gap? And I think, is it going to continue? I wanted to ask live free this before it disappeared actually, but I forgot. Where do we go from here? Shall we just keep doing what we're doing and no more people go out and grab the cameras and film, or you know what I mean?
That's all we can do is just
keep going with what we're doing.
Do what we can do. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, no, absolutely. We can only do what we can do, and I think that is our power, by keep doing what we do, and that alone has to bridge the gap at some point, because they can't keep telling us over and over and over. There's got to be a line at some point, and I don't know. It's so hard. Shopping centres are mostly my kind of wee grudge, because as soon as I go to the door and man, they're putting their hands up, like, it's like we're getting in there with a gun or something. It's crazy. It's a camera, especially new, because I went to St George's one in Preston during the lockdown for the grand reopening, right? And nobody's out, right? Nobody was in the tune hardly, and yet I still couldn't walk through that centre. I had to turn my camera off. I pretended. I just turned my screen brightness down.
Yeah.
That was funny, that.
I know. It's got to be done.
I'm not recording anything, mate. No, look.
I'm just recording myself. I'm going to do it. I'm going to try that. I'm going to just walk into a shopping centre, recording myself and see what they say. No, you're not allowed to record, so I'm not allowed to.
It's just a black screen. I've blocked it.
But yeah, and then there's also the one with like, if you're, like we mentioned, if you're on a video call with somebody as well, how's that work?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
I think we need to put these to the tests. I really do. I think we all need to go out and put these to the tests.
We do.
We need to do a live stream.
That's another thing about TikTokers. Who do all the dancing and shit. What do they do about them? Did they leave them alone? So can't you do the TikToks in the shopping centre? Pin out reports, you do.
What, go do a dance in my shopping centre? You know what I mean?
I'll do my phone in my hand and pin out reports. You do your camera screen locks and just see who gets tapped first. I'm telling you now, it'll be Cat for that dancing.
Well, it's like the NHS. You can't go to the hospital and film, but the fucking NHS can bounce about doing TikToks and all that,
Yeah.
Because my video at the hospital audit got took off YouTube. They banned it. So I had to put it up on YouTube, which is a joke because it was a lovely audit. It wasn't malicious. It was really respectful, and it was just such fun. It was so fun to do. But they banned it off YouTube, the bastards.
Well, this is why you need a website. I mean, I've created my own website. I mean, it's not got a proper domain, but I can at least upload videos to it.
Everyone's so ahead of me. I haven't got a website. I haven't got any merch. I haven't got anything. I've just got
I've only got Aussie.
Aussie's big enough. I think everybody just wants Aussie. They're not bothered about me. They're just after Aussie.
Aussie's famous dog.
He is. It really is. Aussie and Oscar. I think they're the two famous dogs of YouTube.
Well, it was like that with Charlie Veach when he went into Printworks. Did you see what they were doing with the torches, trying to blind his camera, to stop him from filming it? It's like, what are you doing? Give it up.
Yeah, they're just pathetic. Just pathetic. It really is.
Right, Kat. I'm not going to tell a lie. I've been sat here busting for a pee for about an hour.
I've just been.
I went before. I mean, if you like, and just went.
I didn't go now.
Where's that waterfall?
I'm going to. So thanks for having.
Go and rub your magic stones.
Thanks for jumping on. Thank you. We'll do videos.
Respect, bro. See you in a bit.
Nice.
Sorry. I love him. He's awesome. Anyone who can't not like him is awesome. I tell you.
He's funny ass. Oh, love his videos, mate. They're cool.
Yeah.
And there were 3.
Nanya, do you still get trolls then on your channel? Do you still get people leaving nasty comments and whatnot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get a couple. Same people.
How do you handle them? Do you reply or do you ignore them? What do you do?
I say thanks for watching.
Best way. Thank you I appreciate your opinion.
Thanks for watching, band.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, like comments I got last night.
Get a job. Get a job.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the usual one as well. Well, why do people not realise YouTube can be a job as well? What that's another one. YouTube is a job for some people. It might not be your everyday typical job, but some people earn a living from YouTube. What do they not get about that? You know what I mean?
They even had a dig at me about my beard, didn't they, Kat? You saw that post on Twitter. That was ridiculous. I bet they were saying about slitting my throat instead of shaving my beard off. I was like, you psychopath.
These people are that sad, they will pick at anything. You can do any video about anything and they will pick it to pieces and they will comment no matter what you do, what you say, however you act. Because they like you said, they're just hiding behind a computer screen, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then
keyboard warrior.
Yeah. No, there's nothing that's going to happen. They're worse than the police, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They're worse than the police because they're hiding behind the computer screen. You know, any of you, I'm sure, and there's probably a few watching now. Jump on here, have a say.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Have a chat with us.
Come and have a chat. Come and get you know, why do you feel the way you do? You know what I mean?
But they won't because they're too scared to be put in the place. That's what it is.
You don't have to show your face. You don't have to show your face. You don't, you know, just come and have a say. Come and tell us why you feel the way you do. You know what I mean? I'd love to hear it. I want to hear it from the other point, on the other side.
There you go. There's the link. Press it. It's pretty easy.
Be brave. You know, stop ghosting the chat and come and have a say.
On all the channels.
Oh yeah, whatever channel. It doesn't matter what kind of channel it is as well. There'll always be trolls there. It happens.
See, you get the trolls on your channel, but yeah, if you see them in real life, they won't even say anything.
Probably
they'll just walk past you.
Yeah, they probably won't. It's crazy. Is anybody brave enough to jump? Oh, come on and have a.
Bye, Pinaki News. I didn't see you say bye there. Bye, bye, sheeples and peoples and treeples. Yeah.
Say hello to Junior for us.
I don't think he uploads anymore.
Oh, he did. He is doing it.
Yeah, I think he will. I think he will. Hi, Tom Taylor.
Audit Ed, yeah. Audit Ed, get on.
What? What's that about? That's none of our business, Links. That's none of our business. Why? That's none of our business. A bit of a change of topic there, but fair enough. Oh, it might not be the real one as well. There's a lot of people who are
there's a lot of
making fake profiles as well. And there's a lot of people making fake profiles now and going around. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, what a shame. What a shame. Go away.
That's not the real Links.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. That doesn't sound like something Links would put. Yeah. If it is, it's none of our business anyway. But you know, I don't think it is the real Link. So yeah, it happens. Why? Have you got nothing better to do than set up a fake profile and tarnish other people? You know what I mean? So yeah, it's one of them.
Yeah, I know about Real North Audit's fake profile. I've seen that, and Audit in Britain, I believe, has one as well.
I think we probably all. I think we've all got one. Yeah. Oh. Come on, someone jump on and come and put a. Has anyone got a good question? A really good question that hasn't been asked? I want a challenge. I want to get my brain working here.
Your brain? What brain?
Yeah, that's it. I obviously haven't got one being on YouTube, have I? So.
Tell Stevenson Auditing, come and jump on, pal. Tell us how you're going to get into doing all this.
What was I just about to say? It's gone now. It's gone my brain.
Oh, there we go.
I've always admitted it from day one that I'm not the cleverest person on YouTube. I'm not full of facts like other people are, but the one thing I've got, which a lot of people haven't, is good common sense. You know what I mean?
Need.
That's it. That's it. I like to think I've got good common
David
sense.
Hurd, I've seen this a few times now. You want an auditor to join the police. Why? Why are you so big up on this?
That would be very interesting. An insider auditing from the inside. That would be very good. That would be very interesting.
We've spoke about that Pinnac UK about doing a mass audit sometime.
I don't think they'd allow it though. And the minute it got found out, you chucked out, wouldn't you? They wouldn't allow it filming from the inside. So yeah, mass audit. We do need a mass audit. We definitely do need a mass audit. All those auditors in one place.
Come on, Carl, just jump on, mate. Whether you feel rough or not, come on.
Don't matter.
UK police
you don't need to put your camera on.
UK police.
Is it you, none your business, that's got the lights and stuff on your bike? The police lights?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you get away with that? Ew, would get it freaking took off us.
And I only put them on because I said I can't.
If you don't want to be a mod, let me know. If anyone who is a mod who doesn't want to be a mod, let me know, and I'll
mod me up, you. Come on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll probably mod you up. And do you know? Funny enough, I am probably going down the auditing route of modding the auditors up now. So
yeah, you can't really audit. You can't really audit down the street, and when you do, you get a gun pointed at your head. So it's not very advisable.
Is that a joke?
I mean, just look at Live Free's videos. He's been there.
In fact, I need to.
Looking for he looked for Prince Andrew. Oh, that was funny when he was doing that. Is Prince Andrew here? You just do it as you click on the link, Carl, and you type in your name. You go on to the next thing, and you just turn off your camera, but leave your microphone on.
Yeah, you can ask you before you come in.
Yeah.
Gives your camera and mic options. Put it in again because I don't know how long the link stays up for. I don't know how long I've got left on this StreamYard, actually. I think I've only got about an hour left because I haven't actually paid for it yet. So if it goes dead, guys, you know why. My time is up on this StreamYard.
I'll just throw mine up.
So, has anybody else been having trouble with internet out? Because I'm on unlimited data, and when I'm going out and about doing these live streams, honestly, I'm okay for about an hour, and then it just starts breaking up and disconnecting and reconnecting, and I don't understand this whole internet. And is it what's affecting it? Is it my internet or is it surround the area?
I wouldn't know because I can't live stream on my mobile yet because I haven't reached that target. Oh.
Hi, Fluke.
Hey, Fluke.
Hello.
Where are you? No. Caught me short there.
How are you, buddy?
How you doing? None of your business. That's just rolled out.
How are you, mate?
Hi, Kat. Thanks for having me on, darling.
Degrees outside.
I don't know about you, but it's fucking snowing like you wouldn't believe it.
Oh, down south.
I think we had snow last night, but it's not snowing here
north,
yet.
it's alright.
No, it's literally from about 9 o'clock this morning. It hasn't stopped.
Oh, no.
Hey,
you don't want your webcam on, but never mind, it's on now, pal. Just give your face away. That's fine.
Alright.
How you doing, mate? You okay?
Carl?
You alright, Carl?
Yeah, no, sorry. Just come up, man. I'm sorry, I'm on a tiny phone. Who's on bottom right?
Don't worry about it.
So, yeah, hi, everyone.
Good to see you,
So what are
Carl.
your...
It's the first time I've seen you.
I'm going to say, I can't tell you.
All the time.
On you.
How are you, man?
Yeah, brilliant. Well, like I said, got a headache, but other than that.
Okay, David, I will do that then since you are requested. I can't do it while I'm on the live, but I will do it later on. No worries. It's no problem. If you don't want to be a mod, that's fine.
I just want to say one thing quickly, actually, just to go back to previous subject, which was to do with like the whole security thing. And it is goes back to like September the 11th and the Twin Towers and all that, and the whole point of that it was about injecting fear into people, and this is where the whole security guard thing comes in. Now, when you've got a nation that's constantly shitting themselves, and the same can go with COVID, although I don't really want to go there unless anyone else does, but the point is fear is the currency of control. The more people are scared, the more they go to daddy government for help, especially the sheeple. So, and this is what happens is a few years ago, they put out a video done by Neil Basu, the head of counter-terrorism policing. And in this video, it was supposed to be like an educational video for the general public. And it was a very short 30-second video that was in every cinema in the country. All right. So before each film was shown, they would show this 30-second clip. And it was telling the people what to look out for when they, if they suspect anything and what to look out for. And the first clip was a guy coming out of like a block of flats with a load of empty chemical jars and whatnot and plastic bottles and putting them by the bins, you know, as if to suggest that anybody doing that must be in the business of making some sort of chemical bomb, you know. The second clip was a guy in a hardware store buying a hammer, right? So if you ever see anyone in a hardware store buying a hammer, it's obviously suspicious, you know. And then the last section was someone holding a camera phone up, following two police officers down the street.
Jesus.
Now, when you stick all of that into somebody's brain that doesn't know what the fuck, you know, they've got no sense of critical thinking, what do you expect the outcome to be? The outcome is going to be exactly what security guards do, exactly what police do, you know, because that's what's put into their head, you know. And when you've got the head of counter-terrorism policing suggesting that police have to be aware of terrorists, do you know what I mean? All you're doing is instilling fear into a bunch of low IQ idiots with a sense of authority, you know, weapons around their belt. What do you expect the reaction to be? It's going to be negative.
Yeah.
And that's where it comes from. And it's the same with the whole COVID thing. It's all about fear, you know?
I think as well, we all need public and police. I think especially police, but it's becoming more onus for us, I think, to learn our civil and human rights, because they're not backing them up.
Yeah, I think they're just installing the fear, aren't they? Yeah.
I think the same goes with the police. It's very much a case of the training that they go on now, this diversity training and all the rest of it. And even if you use a certain degree of fear towards in their training, they've got to be frightened of everything. It's now that I remember doing a video about a 74-year-old guy in Devon, Cornwall, that was asked to leave a shop because he wasn't wearing a mask. So he left the shop anyway, and 6 police officers turned up in 2 vans and a car, you know, stuck a 74-year-old man in handcuffs behind his back. Do you know what I mean? It's like they're so scared of their own shadows now that they've got to put a 74-year-old pensioner behind his back in handcuffs. What's he going to do? Run away, for God's sake? The bloke could barely fucking walk. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? It was going to do set upon 6 police officers and just start knocking the crap out of them. I mean, this is the mentality that we're dealing with when you're auditing. And it's not us versus them to a certain degree. It's their own superiors instilling this sense of fear in them. And then when they come out on the streets, all they can do is watch their back. You know, they're just constantly in this sense of fear. And it's not surprising that to a certain degree they act the way they act, you know, especially with security.
Yeah, so true.
And the other thing is
sorry, Manchester. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like in Australia, I've seen videos, women getting beaten. America just the other day, young child, girl getting maced by police. And we're seeing it in our country at protests, old people getting trunking over and they don't seem to see anything wrong with that.
This is part of their training, though. When they go on these courses, a lot of them go on the course run by a quasi charity called Common Purpose, and they're renowned for using what's called NLP techniques, which is neuro-linguistic programming, and it's a way of indoctrinating people without them realise they've been indoctrinated. It's like people like use it in cults, like Scientology, things like that. It's a way of making people believe something they wouldn't normally believe, that they don't realise that their behaviour has changed. So when they get back into their uniform, they're automatically sort of almost programmed to think in a different way than they normally would. And I was watching UK Column, that I've been watching them for a few years now, but the amount of people that have contacted them, wives of police officers, who said they've been on these courses and they've come back a completely changed person, but don't think that they're any different than they were, you know, and they're genuine. And they're genuinely sort of
don't they, like people.
Yeah, it's kind of like they've had their just common sense stripped away, and they've just kind of instilled this constant sort of fear of this, fear of that, and fear of the other, you know. And just going back to police and security guards as well, and I've been through their training manuals, and I know they do a different thing in the actual some of the training classes and whatnot, but it strictly says in the police manual, it quite specifically says, and I've read it so many times I can do it verbatim, photography in of itself should not be automatically deemed as suspicious, right? And what happens every time you pull a camera out, you're suspicious. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what they do. They drop their critical thinking because they haven't got any, because they've probably been NLP'd for a start. And then the same thing in security guards. Security guards in the UK are actually supposed to make a note of the date, the time, a brief description of the person, and report it to their security manager. None of this coming out telling people what to do and where to go and where to stand and what they can film, what they can't film. None of that's in the fucking security training manual. And I've got G4S's security training and Securitas's training manual, and both of them pretty much say exactly the same thing. And I know two of my mates that I've known for years, both security guards, and they're like, just don't bother. I just don't bother. If people want to film, let them film. If someone else has got a problem with it, it's down to them, you know. And this is where it comes in, because these people can't even follow their own training.
And that's it. So it's like that again, going back to that communication. How can we, bridge that where we can just go up and say, look, what I'm doing is harmless. Is there any right answer to it? How we can close that gap?
And surely the managers of these security companies should be thinking, hang on, this is putting my firm in a bad light here.
Yeah, that's it.
Forgetting future contracts as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's another thing that probably we don't do so much in the UK that they do in the States. When someone gets into trouble, everyone's on the phone, everyone's on the email, everyone's leaving them Google reviews, stuff like that. All this simple stuff that you can do. So because eventually someone's monitoring that. If you're G4S and you've got a Google account, someone's monitoring that Google account, and if it comes up, time after time, what you're doing, arresting a photographer, harassing a photographer, what you're doing, and it bangs it into them. Eventually, they're going to have to escalate that up the chain of command and say, look, we're just getting all these bad reviews, because this guy got harassed for taking pictures in a public place, and that's the way, to a certain degree, you enforce a bit of change. I've seen it in the States. I think when Eric Brandt got arrested, that police department that arrested him for chalking on a sidewalk, right? Chalking on a sidewalk. Oh no, it wasn't. It was the one. He was in a car park and he had a big flag in his hand, and on the flag it said "fuck bad cops," right? So the police came up and said, "You can't have that sign." So they dropped the sign on the floor, and he had a sweatshirt on that said "fuck bad cops," and they said, "No, you can't have that either because it's insulting." So he said, "Oh, I'll take my sweatshirt off." So he took his sweatshirt off, and underneath he had a T-shirt that said "fuck bad cops." And they go, "Oh no, you can't have that T-shirt either." And he goes, "All right, then I'll take that off as well." So he took it off, and on his arm he's got a tattoo that says "fuck bad cops." And eventually, so what did they do? They arrested him. And within 2 days.
In Liv Free's video the other day, they're never happy with anything though, because Liv Free turned around and actually called her a sweetheart. And did you hear what she said? Don't call me a sweetheart. She got offended by it. Didn't she say she got offended by being called a sweetheart? So it's like, are these guys happy with any response we give them? I don't think they are.
Just go for Snowflake from now on. Just stick with Snowflake.
Sorry, just going back to what happened.
Snowflake.
And just going back to that Eric Brandt one with the fuck bad cops T-shirts and whatnot. The next day, the police force had received over 1,400 complaints in 24 hours because of that. And within 48 hours, he was released, and then eventually they dropped all the charges against him.
In America, they like put out "do not call," don't they? On their,
yeah, I think some of that's a kind of euphemism for call if you want, because at the end of the day, if you're pissed off about it, whether I've watched a video or you've watched a video or your neighbour's watched a video, if someone wants to complain about it, they've got every right to complain. Whether you encourage them to complain or not. I think that's what they do in a lot of the videos. They say don't call, because then they can't be pinned on them by the police to say, look, you encouraged all of these calls. It's because of you that we're being harassed by all these people. So I think that's why they do it, because they're over there. That can be taken as, you know what they're like. Everything's fucking illegal in that country. So it's a case of, they can turn around and say, oh, you incited this harassment against this police station by calling all your friends and subscribers to call the police station and tie our fucking switchboard in knots, So, they'll use anything against anybody. It's like here, Section 5 public order offence, Section this, Section that, Section 1 apace, etc., etc. And that's what they do. So I think that's why they say don't call. But I think surreptitiously, what they're actually trying to say is if you want to call, feel free.
Well, they say do not call this telephone number. So.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But I think that's the thing with it's the whole psychology of it as well, and the way people get sucked in. It's like when you see someone, whether it be in the States or here. I saw a lady, I think the other day, she was in some supermarket somewhere, Co-op or something, and she was filming it, and because she wasn't wearing a mask, she got approached by security guards, and security was going, I don't want to be filmed, I don't want to be filmed. She's going, there's CCTV everywhere, you're being filmed, whether it's me or someone else, it doesn't matter. And then when the security manager finally came over and sorted it all out and let her carry on with her shopping, some other woman turned around and piped up, and this woman was actually filming herself at the time. She turned the camera around, so she was just filming herself. And because she's holding her phone up and talking to it, the woman in front of her in the aisle said, don't film my children, don't film my children. Do you know what I mean? It started with all that whole malarkey, and all the rest of it. And it was always these dumb people who don't know their arse from their fucking elbow that start complaining, and they're the ones that you got to worry about to a certain degree, because they're the ones that the first person they're going to go and call is the police. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they don't know any.
It's another reason why I like Hamza get it pressing his videos, because he says it there, doesn't he? He says there's always one. Everything can be going smoothly. Everything's quiet. Then there's one person they get approached by who just it starts it all off, and it takes that one person, and then the whole shop's on it, aren't they? The whole wherever they are on it, and then the police will take their side, and you know what I mean. It's like it only takes that one person to light the fire, and it turns into a big bonfire then.
But this is the same whole sort of divide and conquer techniques that are coming in over the whole COVID thing, because now they're encouraging people grass up your neighbour if they're having a barbecue, grass up people are turning on each other in shops because 50 people are wearing a mask and one person isn't, so all 50 people turn on that one person. It's a way of almost getting the state to get us to police each other. Do you know what I mean? It's like the lady the other day singing in her garden, 6 police officers turned up and arrested her.
Jesus, really?
And I think actually pepper sprayed her daughter as well. She was 14-year-old. Yeah, she had a 14-year-old daughter, and she was screaming and shouting because her mum was being arrested, and they pepper sprayed her.
But did you see that one Live Free put up of that body cam footage in 2018? It was,
what did you make of that one?
Gripping hold of a girl who wanted to just have a bit of freedom, just stand there, gripping hold of her arms. You're going back to the cop shop with us, and we're getting social services. She's got a mum.
Yeah.
I think she was she dug herself a bit of a hole there, because she's quite young, obviously. If she's with her mum, then they'll release her to her mum's custody, But if they don't, they can't just release, say, a 13-year-old girl into the street. They can't do it, because they'll be so fucking liable. It's untrue.
We don't need to grip hold of her, though.
So but we knew that she was underage. Yeah, we knew that she was underage, or under 16, if you like. So, and her dad was being arrested, So unless she tells them where her mum is, or you know where there's I think her sister worked in one of the local stores or something, they can release them into an adult custody. You know, but if they don't, then they can't release them. That's as simple as that.
But there's no need to grip hold of her, though.
Oh no, there's no need to do all of that because they wouldn't let her. You know, she was every time she tried to sort of turn away from them, they would grab her even more. You know.
Yeah.
But I suppose therein lies another problem because had she got away and legged it across the road and got squashed by a car, who's liable? The police. You know. So it's kind of swings and roundabouts in there, and that's an issue.
You got a van there. You could have put him in the back of it. You know what I mean? He was being dealt with at the back anyway.
But that was the funny thing is when she did give up her sister's name and told her where her sister worked. So you'd think that they would then go, right, okay, go into Toys R Us. I think it was Toys R Us. Her sister worked. Find out who she is. You know, release her into her sister's custody, and then it's her sister's problem if she does anything. You know. But as soon as she gave all her details and everything else. The other she turned around and the police officer by the van said, "Oh, just put her in the back of the van. We'll take her down the nick." So even if she gave all the information that the police asked for, they still chucked her in the back of the van and took her to the nick anyway. So that's the mentality you're dealing with, you know. Because it was obviously too much like hard work to go over to the shop and find out who her sister was. Because they can't be asked. It's just chuck them down the police station, let social services sort it out. You know. Yeah. And that's the mentality.
And then that causes just stress for the family. The fact social services are involved because they're doing all their assessments and are they fit to be a parent? Are they fit for this? And it's
exactly.
No need.
And you know, it's kind of there is no need for
permanent aspersion cast.
That's all it is really.
Is there anyone in the chat? Is there anyone in the chat who's thinking of starting a channel up and maybe going out and doing filming? Is there any new and up and coming auditors or anyone who's thinking of starting a channel out? Let us know. And you know, like I say, we want more people out there recording and filming and whatnot, filming all these incidents.
Join the Pinnac movement.
Yeah, or the pint.
Pint.
Or the pint.
Don't say that to me. I want a pint now.
If someone does pop in the chat and ask a question, then I'll stick it on the thing. Yeah, I don't know if it does. I don't think it works very well, the chat in the old StreamYards, but yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult thing because I think a lot of people out there, you know, would like to sort of do it.
Cash, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, and it's difficult because you see all the bother that we get in when we've been out, you know, and stuff like that, and it's very difficult once you do get, you know, arrested. That they'll never admit they're wrong. Just going back to the barracks audit that I did, you know, 2.5 hours in handcuffs just because I wouldn't give my name, you know, and that was over 2.5 years ago. So you had 4 police officers there with 4 body cameras going with over 2.5 hours of footage between each police officer. They haven't released a single second of that video. They've not received a single statement, a single report, not a single telephone call, no police recordings, no radio traffic, nothing for 2.5 years. And that's the accountability you get, you know, because once they've realised how badly they fuck up, they clam up like tighter than a fucking gnat's chuff, and they just don't want to say it because they know they fucked up. They know they fucked up.
Oh, that's and on magically that day disappeared. We apologise.
You know, and this is the thing. The only person that day that committed a crime was one of their police officers by threatening to arrest me for not showing ID, which is a crime under Section 25 of the Criminal Courts and Justice Act. Section 15. No, it's 2015 Criminal Courts and Justice Act, Section 26, threatening to use a power or privilege when they should have known that they can't use that power or privilege. So, and that's punishable up to 9 years in prison. But is she ever going to see the light of day for justice for that? Is she fuck? Are they ever going to hold their hands up and admit they were wrong? No, they won't. Because if they do hold their hands up and admit they were wrong, we can have her for that. You know, it's as simple as that. And that's, you know, I think that's the difficulty in people looking at starting a channel is, especially if it's from an auditing perspective, you know, then they're in. I think I'm at that
position. I've just started, but it's easy to do it just doing a few occasional films. But like on my last audit, my camera nearly got smashed when I was assaulted. So I can see it could be expensive If you want to do it,
this is why
like a professional, like Kat and them that do it, then you either do need to be quite wealthy, I think, or you've got to open it up to people contributing to your channel.
Well, when I started, I got a knockoff version of a GoPro for less than 100 quid. It was about 90 quid. A harness, which was about 30 quid. My main video camera, my camcorder, was about £140, and a couple of SD cards, and I was away. So less than 300 quid, you can easily get started. I wouldn't personally now, with hindsight and knowing what I know, there's no way I'd just go out with a mobile phone and start auditing. No chance, because they'll just have that phone off you, and if any of their, you'd be lucky if you get the phone back, let alone the phone and the video.
So this is why I'm looking at buying a cheap £150 fucking body camera. You know what I mean, and having it on an harness as well, so it's an extra thing to have.
I've just been. I don't know if it's because I'm a girl or what, but I've just been so lucky up to now. I've really been lucky with not having, my account. Obviously,
it's Aussie.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I must be giving off a different over to everybody. I don't know. There's something different about me, but I honestly, I don't know what it is. I can't see myself getting arrested.
It's a famous last words.
I know. I mean,
yeah, that's it. Famous last words.
Fucking goes out tomorrow in Blackburn.
Yeah,
you're under arrest, cat.
For walking through my shopping centre, I'm probably not even going to be filming, and I'll still get caught. Oh yeah, I'll get arrested just for doing one of these live streams.
I think that's the thing when you've got your dog with you as well, Ilse, is if they start thinking, it's probably clicking in the back of their mind is, all right, if we arrest this woman and then we got to sort out a dog and then we got to do this and then we got to do, it's just too much work for them, because obviously it involves genuine work. They need to go back to their computers and chase people around on Facebook that are annoying each other. Do you know what I mean? It's just, that's what they do for a living these days. Unless it actually falls into their lap and gives them a blowjob, they're not fucking interested in that.
That's one way to sum it up.
Oh God!
It's kind of. But that's how lazy they are.
I dread it. I dread getting arrested with Aussie, but I'd be like, well, if you are going to arrest us, do not take Aussie away from me. You have to arrest us together, because do not take. You know what I mean?
Somebody actually got arrested for attending an anti-lockdown protest in London with a dog, didn't they? And somebody else took the dog for them, took their number.
Yeah, I watched that. It was on subject
that is pretty good. Yeah. Subject access, that were real nice.
Really?
Yeah, and I think that's the problem. I think it's when, and it is more likely if you're a bloke auditor to get arrested. Yeah. But then again, you're probably the only young lady that's doing it in the UK, so it's a bit hard to sort of say, right, there's 25 guys out there auditing, and you're the only lady, and loads of us have been arrested. Well, because there's more of us than there is of you, so it's more likely that in a 1 in 25 chance, you've got less chance of being arrested than we are, because you're the only one doing it. So
the other thing as well is, if they do arrest Cat, they know all the male auditors will come after them, especially Live Free.
I've got more to back up. I feel
fucking turn up next day like that. Fucking release Cat.
I think that's I watched Live Free's video the other day where the police came out, and as soon as he turned the tables on them, it's like what they do is they try to make out that everything we're doing is wrong. It's wrong to take pictures of the car park or the police cars or our private vehicles or this or the security cameras or what, everything we're doing is wrong. Whereas what he's done there quite properly is to turn the tables on them and say, hang on a minute, you haven't got the worst arrest record or the worst attendance record, or you've got the worst disciplinary record. What you got to say about that? And it turns the tables right on. Then all of a sudden they don't want to talk to you, and they turn on their heels and fuck off in the other direction, because they don't want to answer the shitty questions that we don't want to answer.
I want to know why they can't answer this question. That's why I'm like, let's flip the script and let's throw these questions back at them. And why can't they answer them? What, you know what I mean? What is it? Why can they not just be a human being and answer a simple question like, are we being detained? They always skirt around the question, and they just can't answer it yes or no. They just can't do it. It baffles me.
Especially if they're wearing a body camera, just turn it on them. Well, why are you reading? You're filming in a public place. You're recording the police station. You're recording me. You're recording that bloke over there. Why are you recording?
I love the ones
right.
where they. Sorry,
they're only allowed to record in public is because private, personal cameras were invented 150 years before CCTV was. That's why there's no expectation of privacy. Where do you think the precedent lies?
Yeah, I love the ones where you get the auditors going up to, excuse me, sir, I'm going to need a searcher, and they're going up to the copper. I need a searcher because I can smell drugs on you, and they're like, you can't do that. Why? Because you don't have the authority. Right.
Yeah. James Freeman does that, doesn't he, Kat? So.
Yeah, that's it. I love it. I love it.
Smell marijuana coming out of your car,
Yeah, that's why I say we need to start all flipping the script on them. Let's start putting them on the spot. No, officer,
to them. Why are you out? Is this a necessary reason?
I'm conducting this investigation here. Shut up. Leave me alone. Yeah.
I do
Just go up to them and go, is this a necessary reason for you to be out the house?
Yeah. Yeah. Why are you out today, officer? What is it? What's your reason for being out today? Why are you bothering me?
That's the best one. Who was it? Trying to remember who it was now. I think it was either Charlie or one of the other ones. Did one in London. They were being questioned by police. Started bringing in the COVID, and then you've got an officer there not wearing a mask, and the other two are. She's got it over a radio, and they're starting to enforce the COVID legislation at them. I'm thinking, you've got your mask there.
Police because of health and safety in case they get into a altercation. That's what one of them told me anyway.
Well, in the COVID legislation, any emergency service worker while on duty does not have to wear a mask. So why they're all wearing masks now is again a psychological operation, because all you see is hundreds of coppers in high-vis jackets wearing masks. So it just instills that I must wear a mask. I must wear a mask. Even though in public at the moment you still do not have to wear a mask in public. It's only when you're in shops and this, that, and the other. And that's if you're stupid enough to wear one. But this whole COVID nonsense is going too far, And I think, like Pinaki said earlier, I think there's another video he did yesterday about doing those little those funny ID cards.
Yeah.
Saying I'm not going out at the minute because it's just not worth it, because of the fucking police were bad enough before just with photographers, let alone now they've got the kill all fucking way of arresting you, which is COVID. Refuse your ID
right now.
That's the easiest way around, because before then you used to say to you, can give me your ID if you're out auditing, and you say no, fucking take a long walk off a short pier. There's not really a lot they can do about it. Now you go out auditing, they'll just cough up COVID, say we're going to give you a ticket. If you refuse the ID, we'll arrest you, because they've got the power to do that if you don't want to give up your ID for the ticket.
Well, then it gets stupid when you go to the different tiers systems and you don't know which fucking area is in what tier, and fucking it's just, how do I keep up?
That's the other half of the whole sort of psychological process, is confusion. That's how psychology works in a mass sort of, like we're in this mass sort of scenario. You confuse people as much as you can about the law in this and the law in that and this tier and that tier, and it's different over here, and COVID doesn't, and it confuses people to the point where they just think, well, if I just comply with everything, then I can't do anything wrong, And that's what it's about. It's about trying to get as many people to comply as possible, and that's what it's about. People who comply, they're easily controlled, aren't they? And that's what it is. It's a system of control.
Control them in future.
Yeah.
So that again, Carl. Messed up bit.
And you can also sell them other lies in future, can't you? I mean, there's been like a psychological thing they've been playing, like working out what with like 9/11 and stuff like that, like the explanations.
Yeah, I think it's just that constant chipping away at people's rights, especially over the last 20 years since 9/11 and 7/7, and it's all about it's about using fear to take away people's rights, whether they're our rights to freedom of speech, rights to gather and disseminate information, and that's so prevalent today under COVID, because we're in a situation whereby if I express myself on YouTube in regards to COVID and it doesn't fit with the government narrative, then I get banned off YouTube. So where's my right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression gone? It's gone. Basically, they've taken it away. They don't even have to legislate it away. They can just take me off the internet like they've done with so many other people. I mean, Dan Dix at Press for Truth is just one example. This is a guy that had like 300,000 subscribers on YouTube, over 500,000 followers on Facebook, right? He's been putting out content for the last 12, 13 years, you know, and within about a space of 6 months since COVID come out, he's lost his YouTube channel. They've taken him off Facebook. They've deleted him from Twitter. They've cancelled his GoFundMe account. They've cancelled his PayPal account. So he can't even receive donations. So they can't even receive donations from people that want him and like his work. That's how bad it's getting. I could have done a ton of videos over the last 6 months, a year about COVID, but I'd have been gone, you know? I'd have been left without a platform.
While all this COVID thing's in the air and everybody's talking about it, all the migrants are yet again sneaking in, as we've seen on a live stream the other day from another YouTuber at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's happening in America hugely as well, isn't it? Immigration coming along with it.
I think, like I just said, I've said it myself, and I know other people have said it on YouTube and BitChute, not BitChute so much, obviously, but YouTube especially. They kind of don't say the word coronavirus because they think they might get, even if they're critical of the government, about the COVID situation, they don't use the words COVID, or they call it something else like cerveza bug or whatever they want to call it, and because they don't want to trip the algorithms and get the video banned, So it's almost like if the government can't censor you, then they'll use your own fear of being deplatformed so that you censor yourself. You see the psychology how they get into you, because they think, right, if we can't silence them, then just make sure they say there's anything that doesn't fit with the government narrative, and then hopefully they'll censor themselves and they won't use the words we don't want them to use.
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense.
You'll end up forgetting about it.
It's like I said, though, it's like I've been quite lucky with these live streams right now. Like, at the minute, I haven't had a strike, I haven't had any warnings, I haven't had anything taken down. So it's like, why is it that like you said, one channel talks about it and has it taken down, but not another? So I at first I was with it. I'm like, nobody talk about the virus, but I don't know. I think it does all depend on what you say and how deep you go into it. So it's just.
Well, I've been on civil disobedience his last few live streams, had a few chats with him and Pap and quite a few of the others, and we've been really in depth with it. And he's been really good, Civil, to sort of and he is right. He's just opened up and let everyone chat and and say what they want to say, whether they agree with it or disagree with it. It's kind of one of those things. But I think the other thing, just going back to the whole taking away of rights, is we end up in a situation now where, and unless you agree with the whole government narrative and say anything against it, then you're the black sheep of the family, as it were. And another way they do it to a certain degree is, there's an old saying that I'd rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned. And that's exactly the position of the government now. The government answer to COVID is lockdowns. Oh, if you're anti-lockdown, you're anti-government, or if you're anti wearing a mask, then you're automatically in the wrong, because you can't question masks. You can't question their answers, and that's a really scary sort of, I think this is kind of, I don't think they'd have started all this if they didn't think they could get away with it. And that's the scary bit.
In America, it seems they're almost shifting the argument to like auditors are being considered extremists.
And it's not even just auditors. Look at the whole Biden. Since the Biden administration came in, you've only got to go and watch CNN and all those, MSNBC and companies like that. And anybody now that votes Republican or supports Trump or supports the Republican Party or supports the Second Amendment is now a domestic terrorist or an extremist. So they literally just they literally wiped out the whole opposition party by just calling them extremists. It's like, just turning it around and saying, well, every Labour supporter is an extremist.
I think all I've dragging on there, hanging on, on their Second Amendment, basically. I think they're trying to get rid of that, and then all their freedoms will be under attack. And once America goes, I think that's when we'll all possibly follow.
I think it's been done in so many places, especially, and it's funny how it's always the Five Eyes countries that get fucked over first. You know, if you go, like, none of your business can tell you the Port Arthur incident and all the rest of it, and then suddenly there's a massive gun grab in Australia. They did the same in New Zealand after the Christchurch massacre. You know, they went around, took everyone's guns from them. They did the same in Canada after the Nova Scotia shooting. Went round, took everybody's guns from them, banned certain weapons. You know, to the point there, all you're left to defend yourself with is a fucking pea shooter. Do you know what I mean? You know, and once they've taken all the citizens' weapons away from them, who's the only people with the weapons? The government.
Yeah. But our guns are like pea shooters to them anyway. You know, with the advancements their military.
Yeah.
I've got.
You know, you've got police in the States who have got MRAPs and God knows what else. I mean, they're fucking military vehicles that are supposed to be bomb-proof. Do you know what I mean? And they're driving them around the streets of Los Angeles. What a free country they live in, you know?
Jesus.
Hey, Ken, I've got to go.
Oh, you're going, man. Thank you for jumping on. Thank you so much. You've been quite quiet.
I've got to get some sleep.
Yeah.
He's got videos to edit.
Everyone come on, working on your business. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for letting me on, Kat.
No, you're welcome.
Take care,
You're welcome.
Nice to see the rest of you.
Take care, Nanya.
Take care. See you, mate.
I'll get some sleep.
See you later.
I will do. See ya.
Yeah, no. It'll be on next. We'll be on till 3 o'clock in the morning again.
Oh dear.
Kills your day to the email though.
It's surprising how quickly. I mean, I've been going like nearly 4 hours now. It's surprising how quick they bloody go. I never get my head around how quick they go. That's a live stream. I only think, I'll do a few hours, and then bloody 5 hours later, I'm still going. I'm glad everyone's enjoying it. Everyone seems to be enjoying it as well in the chat. So
You've had a good stream of watching as well, haven't you? You've had peaking at 40 and 28.
Yeah. I always think, I'm going to do this and it's going to be boring. No one's going to come on, and they always go well. They always do go well. So I think it's because like, I don't do them every day. A lot of people are doing these lives every day as well now. I don't really want to do one every day. I think it just spoils it. So, plus I prefer to do my videos anyway. So, you know, I prefer to do videos more than live streams.
I think the thing is, a lot can happen in the space of a week, you know, in the auditing community to a certain degree, and there's so much stuff you can talk about when it comes. If you're just doing a show once a week, then you know there's so much to cram in, you know, that you're going to go on for hours. It's like going to the pub with 4 or 5 people. Imagine if we went out to the pub, or 10 of us auditors went out to a pub, we'd be there till fucking 2 o'clock in the morning getting drunk.
Oh my, you know, I swear,
we've got so much to talk about, you know. It's like it'd be never ending.
Different. It's so different talking with other auditors to like the viewers. This is, I mean, like, no offense to anybody in the chat, but obviously I've come from the viewing side into the auditing, and it's just it is 2 totally different worlds. And it's like we do seem to have the same train of thought. And I was saying this to you when I'm in Manchester about, you know, I'll think, I'm going to go and audit this place tomorrow. I'll go here and I'll go there. I'll turn on YouTube to find somebody's already just done it on the same day, and it's like they beat me to it. And I think, you know what I mean? Or so, you know, now people are coming to Blackburn, and I think there's nothing in bloody Blackburn to see.
But as you said before, Kat, you know, everybody has different experiences with different people. So there's nothing wrong with you going doing the Blackburn testing sites again, even though they've been done twice, because you might get a different interaction.
And we do, and we want to see that. Like I say, we when it comes to editing, we want to see the good side and the bad sides, and everyone brings their own style to it and shows a different angle. So, you know, it's even if someone else.
I remember watching Charlie Veitch's video where he went to, I think it was Blackburn, wasn't it? Where he went to the COVID place there, the cathedral. There's like
that were it.
Yeah. And you know, as soon as he walked up, the first thing the security guard was giving him, "Oh, you can't film, you can't." And he just turns around and goes, "Fuck off!"
Fuck off.
That's another good tactic. Is just bully them straight back. Give them back exactly what they give you. You know.
He said it. He's fed up of being told what to do. He's had enough of it.
He's right. You can tell. Yeah, that's it. It's like
I'm a grown man. I'm in a public place. I can do what the fuck I like. You know.
Yeah, leave me alone.
Because a lot of these security guards, they're the same as police. They're so used to getting their way that when someone stands up to them, all of a sudden they either shit their pants and turn in their tails, you know, or they try and get even more ego, you know. And you know, the more ego they get, the more of a dick they make themselves look, you know.
I mean, it's like being blatantly honest to him as well. When he did that one, when he went up to that pyramid place, wherever it is, and the first security guard led him through, and then the second one approached him, saying, "Mate, I can't allow you to do that. I can't allow you to do that." And it's like, what is it that he's physically doing wrong? He's blatantly been honest with you what he's doing. He showed you his channel. You can see he's doing nothing wrong. All he wants to do is come and take a quick picture and then disappear. Where is the harm in that? What is it? It's in their head that they think they're going to do so bad. You know what I mean? I don't get it.
I don't think it's one thing that does it. It's a series of things. So you've got somebody of, you know, very limited intelligence that suddenly give a sense of authority and a badge and a high-vis jacket. Now he suddenly thinks he's the big I am. He spends all day at an empty fucking building, bored the shitless out of his pants. You know, some bloke you could turn up with a fucking traffic cone on your head and they'd have something to say to you. You know what I mean?
I agree with that. Yeah,
you know, because it's out of the ordinary, or you know, you turn up with a camera, it doesn't matter. You know, they just got to say something.
See you later, Robin.
Yeah, absolutely.
As I said before, would they have a different approach if it was a big fuck off TV camera? And let's say you had a BBC lanyard around your neck.
Yeah, I think what happens there is that the BBC, unless they're in a
just
public
like
place,
you've not contacted them, you just turn up. Just say I've got a big fuck off TV camera. I get a lanyard made with BBC. How do you think they would approach me?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be completely different. You know, it'd be completely different. I mean, if we pretended to be BBC, then we'd get away with it. You know.
Yeah.
I think what happens now is all the major channels, if they're going to go somewhere like Charlie Veitch did at that pyramid place, they'd ring up the owners of the property, say, we're from the BBC, we want to send a crew down there to film and blah, blah, blah. And they know they'd get permission, you know, so because any publicity is good publicity, isn't it, at the end of the day? So that's the way, you know, corporate media looks at corporations, and that's how corporations look at corporate media. They work together. Do you know what I mean? They don't work against each other because they're all in the
So if
the
they
same.
know that about the mainstream media, why can't they have that same outlook towards auditors? Because we're all wanting to show him in a good light, and when we do get him in a good light, we show him in a good light. Why can't they see that, to have the same mindset with us? You know what I mean? Why do they see us as dangerous?
Yeah, it's because they again, it goes back to this whole threat thing, you know. In their training, you know, it is, you know, everything's fucking scary and everything's watch your back and everything's got to be sinister. Everything, unless to them you're just walking past, you know.
Yeah.
Then if you're standing there taking pictures, then it's a whole different kettle of fish, you know. Now I was taking photographs back in when the IRA were knocking about, you know, and I never got challenged by the police, ever, not once. And I was taking photos mainly down sort of Brighton and places like that, you know, and never once did I get challenged by the police about anything. And I actually started taking photographs after I saw the Brighton bombing, the hotel bombing, when the Conservative Party was staying at the Grand Hotel, and that was bombed. Because one of the guys who got all these pictures blown up all over all the newspapers was actually a friend of my cousin. And you know, the whole side of the building had kind of fucking disappeared, basically, you know, because the bed's still hanging out of the flipping hotel and God knows what else. And that was splashed all over the mainstream media. And it was a friend of my cousin that took those pictures. And so that's how I kind of got into it to a certain degree, you know. But I've only ever had hassle taking pictures since I started auditing, basically.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think we give off a different aura. We give off something from auditing to whether we're just the casualty, a photographer, a journalist, a vlogger. We give off like this different aura, and they just. I don't know.
Sorry, go on. Someone else say something.
You first. Mine's quick.
I disagree to a certain extent, Kat, and I'm not disagreeing with you in the sense that it's not, because at the end of the day, if I go and photograph a building in 1985, how's that different from me going to photograph the same building in 2010 or 2020? There's no difference. It's their attitude that's different, not ours. You know, it's kind of their attitude. and it's down to their training or their fact that they can't even follow their own training, or the fact that they're so paranoid, or the fact that they might have a low IQ and a sense of authority because they've got a badge and a high-vis jacket. You know, who's the problem? They're the problem. We're not the problem. You know, either you respect our rights or you don't. And like I say, the other thing is the inconsistency about it all. It's you know, there was a guy up north, I can't remember which guy it was now, but he was filming outside, he was auditing it outside of DHL distribution centre, and the security guard came out to him and just said, "Oh, I thought I'd just come and have a word because a couple of the employees complained, but I said because you're out on the public footpath, obviously you're not doing anything wrong, so you can carry on doing what you're doing." And then said, "Is there anything?" And the security guard said to him, "Is there anything I can help you with?" And he said, "Oh, couldn't trouble you for a cup of tea, could I?" And the security guard turned around and said, "1 sugar or 2?" And he said, "Oh, just one."
Well,
And the security guard
that's
went back into the hut and made him a cup of tea and brought it out to him.
If more were like that, we'd be out of this business, wouldn't we? Do you know what I mean? That's what we're looking for. That's what we want. Common decency, guys. Why can most people not be like that? That's exactly what we want.
3 months before that, I was photographing outside a building near Gatwick Airport, and the security guard comes out to me. "Oh, you can't take pictures here. It's private property." And I'm like, "How's it private?" You know, there's people walking past. And I'm like, "Did all these people get permission?" You know, it's nuts, and you know, it is what it is. It's like I said before, it's kind of up to them. You know, I can't make somebody look good in front of the camera. It's down to them. You know, if they want to make themselves look like an idiot, that's up to them. You know, we all know the law. If we know the law and we're not security guards, why do security guards not know the law? You know, why is it I know the law and I'm not a police officer and the police officers don't know the law? You know, and that's on them. It's not on us. The fact that they expose themselves and make themselves look like idiot is perfectly up to them. I can't make you look good or bad.
Just on another topic, I've just looked through obviously my subscribers, seeing what's been posted recently. New videos just come out from the Great Reopening. Police assault calf opener.
Oh yeah, I was trying to watch that earlier and it kept.
Jeez, it's not good. Straight from the start, he punches the guy in the face, a copper with handcuffs in his hands. And there's a copper holding the guy they're trying to arrest. There's no need for the level of violence in this from the copper.
Is the opening scene? There's quite a tall police officer and there's a lady police officer about 4'1". No,
it's literally a guy with a mask, blue mask on, and a guy wearing a high-vis police jacket, and he comes straight in with a punch while another guy's holding him and handcuffing his right hand.
What channel's that on?
The Great Reopening.
I'll have to look at that. I don't even know if I'm subscribed to him or not.
It does not look good. Let's put it that way.
Well, they've actually hardly rolled themselves in glitter, have they, since it's all started?
I don't know when it's obviously over, but either way, he's been grabbed over by another officer, so there's no need to punch him. I'll whiz the link now in the chat.
6-year-old girls in she's about 9 in America, and they have come down to kind of defend it for a good while.
There's the link to the video if you want to have a look at it. Does not look good.
Yeah, I'm still. It's Kat. You should. Oh no, she's not listening.
I'm just talking, and I didn't realise I was on mute. I was just about to say, if anyone puts the link to that video, I'll put the link in the chat. If anyone can find it.
Yeah, I don't know what Batman's laughing at. I can just read one little thing. The chat's different in the StreamYards than it is on YouTube. Yeah. I don't know why that is.
Batman's put all the violence starts with the police. That's what I see also. Yep, indeed, Batman. 100%.
It's true. All the violence starts with the
They do. They just. It's like they want to escalate it. They really do. That's how it comes across to me watching the videos. They want to escalate it. They want to make it worse. You know what I mean?
There's a clear. I mean, the video of this one is clearly something's happened prior to it, but just seeing the start of it and seeing that officer hit him in the face, there's no need for that when he's already being held by another officer.
Yeah.
Whose channel was it?
The Great Reopening.
Someone will put the link in.
Ark Ash in the comments. Fluke Dog reminds me of my tattooist, Roger Levy. Poor tattoo artist. I feel sorry for him.
So what? So when does anyone got any ideas when we think this lockdown may be potentially over?
Island's a piece of string.
Forever.
Exactly. Stupid question, I know, but
as long as they let us,
well, he's saying about May, isn't he?
As long as they let us get away with it. As long as they let them get away with it, they'll keep going.
Yeah. And I think even if they do, say, "Oh, the lockdown's over with," most businesses are finished with now, aren't they? I don't think there's going to be going to the pictures anymore and going to concerts. I think things will be different now.
I think pictures, yeah, because people want to watch films and they like that old way of watching films. I think a lot of people will be doing business online more now.
Pictures were too expensive anyway. I think a lot of people streaming and whatnot. I think, it got to the point where I think people would much rather get a bag of popcorn and stay at home watching a film.
That was the debate, weren't it? Because they pushed the James Bond film back, and it's like, should they release it to Netflix and Amazon Prime? Let people watch it on there, or should they wait and then let people watch it at the cinemas? For me, I want to watch it at home and then watch it at the cinemas. I don't care. I'll watch it twice for the experience.
I just miss going to a concert. I really, really, really miss going to a concert. There we go, guys. Batman's found the link to that video. I'll check that out later.
It's the first one. It's had 2.3k views already.
Wow.
And it's been up how long?
I think that's another scary thing about this is especially over the whole COVID thing, is no matter how badly these police act and how much views they get, how much grief they get, nothing changes. If anything, they get in worse.
Well, they don't even get put on mainstream media either.
Oh, you won't see any of those videos on the BBC. I mean, they do the odd soft story about the two women going for exercise with a cup of coffee, and they got stopped by police officers and this, that.
And then it gets rescinded.
But then you look at the comments that those two women said. Oh, we know the police have got a difficult job, and blah blah blah, and this, that, and the other. So it was almost like they dislike the fact that they got stopped in the first place. But they go, oh, we know the police got a difficult job, and they side with that narrative. The police have got a difficult job narrative. So they get put on there. If the police had stopped me and I started effing and blinding and going off my nut and saying the police are acting like a bunch of fucking Nazis, I'd hardly get on the BBC with that. So it's counter to the narrative, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you get nicked and the BBC pick up your story, all you need to do is do a nice dose of bootlicking into the story, and you'll be all right.
Well, like we said earlier, I guess that is the way forward for auditing. Let's turn up at these police stations and let's take them a box of donuts. Let's be nice to them.
So you're saying
these they accept it? You know what I mean?
Real world documentaries. They could do one about auditors. They literally could. You could make a documentary for Channel 5 or something and follow auditors.
Yeah, I think you could.
Our stories.
Yeah. I think that'd be really interesting for TV. In fact, I was watching that. What does people think of that Emma Kennedy? I quite like her, and she started doing like live streams now and on YouTube and stuff, talking about celebrities who have been in trouble and murderers and stuff like that. And I messaged her and I said, what do you think of police corruption? She didn't get back to me, but it'd be cold. And it'd be interesting to hear it from someone like her point of view, you know what I mean, and see if she'd talk about it. So,
Mama, can I make you deal?
Well, I'll wait till Cat gets back on, because this is an interesting little tidbit.
I'll have a coffee, one sugar, Cat. Yeah.
Oh, hang on,
everyone wants a coffee, Rebecca. Go make another coffee.
Yeah, come on, Rebecca. Pull your finger out, Rebecca.
I turn my teenager into a slave. Would you wait for radiator, you? Get away from my heat.
Who's making tea, actually? Who's making food?
Shh, go on. We're having a chat.
Okay, get your nose.
Just another point about the mainstream media. After I got arrested at the barracks, a guy came into a shop where I was working, and he was chatting to one of my colleagues, and he mentioned that he used to be a journalist, and he was probably in his 70s or something like that. And I said to him, "Oh, you used to be a journalist? Who did you used to work for?" And he said, "Well, I worked for various companies, but mainly over my years, majority of the time was with the BBC." And I said, "Oh, this will interest you." And so I told him about everything that happened at the barracks. And he said to me, "My God," he was like really angry, like an angry old man. And he was like, "Oh my God, that's outrageous. That's outrageous." Like, and he said, "If you want, I'll speak to my friends. I've still got friends at the BBC and have a word with them and see if they'll pick up your story." You know, and so I said, "Well, look, I tell you what, if they want to get in touch with me, here's my number, or they can get in touch with you directly and you can pop in and see me, you know." And I saw him about 6, 7 times after that, and nobody ever got back to him about it. Nobody ever got back in touch with me because it doesn't fit with the narrative, you know.
Yeah.
There it is.
I'd love it to be able to get on TV auditing and someone.
Well,
I mean,
that has been on,
in America, I've seen it in the news a little bit, haven't they? They've bought some of these auditors, you know, and they have spoke about them. And I think what did I see the other day? You know, about like obviously the open carry and all that lot. So they do mention them, but I'd love to see a documentary on auditors. I really would. I'd love to see that.
I think another thing to do with auditing as well, to a certain degree, is it's all about the corporate mainstream narrative. Now, if you got a channel like sometimes that I've done videos, I mentioned to you last week, was it last week or the week before, Kat, when I was on with Audit Ed, and I did a video about it's entitled "Me versus Neil Basu, Head of Counter-Terrorism Policing," where I actually tear him a brand new arsehole and prove with his own figures that he's full of shit, right? Now that video had been up for 24 hours and YouTube demonetized it, you know, and at the time I was getting like 3,000, 4,000 views a day, and that video's been up for like 2.5 years and it's still only got 3,000 views, you know, because it just doesn't fit with the narrative, you know, and there's no way the BBC are going to put out the information that I put out, you know, and that's the reason. But if a corporate mainstream media had an opposite view of mine, or they could twist the numbers or make it look like the police were were being threatened, or you know the general public should be in fear, then they'll use that narrative because it suits the corporate government agenda. You know, what I say doesn't suit the agenda, and that's what they're trying to get at. The alternative media that are spreading the truth suddenly just get banned because the BBC won't say anything anti-COVID. Not even a single story is anti-COVID. You know?
Yeah. It don't even have to be about bloody the virus. I'm sick to death of even about the virus. I want to turn it away from that. Start talking about something else. I'm sick of even about it. You know,
it's like with the auditing documentary. It'd be a great thing to do, but which channel's going to pick that up?
Yeah.
I can't see any channel picking that up. You know, great idea. I mean, you could even do a transatlantic version of it. You know, where you fly to the States and film a load of auditors over there, and then fly to the UK and film a load of auditors over here, and then put the whole documentary together. But what we're talking about here is free speech, freedom of expression, freedom to gather and disseminate information, the freedom to carry your guns, the freedom, and all of those things don't wash with the mainstream corporate narrative. So that's why it wouldn't.
Such a shame because this tarnishes us in such a bad light, and that's what frustrates me the most. Is if they just saw it from a positive angle, I think it'd do a world of good. You know what I mean? We'd still get the people who are against it, and we'd still people who disagree with it and whatnot, and that's fine. But at least then it opens it up. That's what I want. I want it to open up and it become more aware rather than this whole cameras are scary, cameras are this, and it. Yeah,
I think that's another thing. Is although we're aware of it, you know, if you make a documentary like that, the last thing they want people to do is make them realise that they've got to make people aware that they've got rights. You know, because that's the last thing they want. The government want to take your rights away. They don't want to empower you and teach you about your rights. That's why they don't teach you about your rights at school. They don't want you to fucking know about your rights. You know. You know, so it's like I said to you, I don't know if I spoke to you about it the other week, Kat. I did a survey over a week where I worked, where I'd ask every customer that come in if they knew when they had to identify themselves to police officers. And basically, out of 100% of these people, did not realise that the only time they need to identify themselves is if they're driving a car. Other than that, you need not identify yourself whatsoever. Not a single person knew they had that right. And that's another reason why auditors get into trouble, because the police are so used to going, give me your ID, and the idiot person coughs it up. And they're so used to getting what they to them.
Not just that, now they're stepping up with these fines, like I say. This is your fine. And just willingly paying it without even questioning it. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be so bad if people did question it. You know what I mean? Where is this money going? Where is the money going? You know what I mean?
Again, I don't want to mention this damn C word, but that's what they're doing. They're taking away your rights now to not identify yourself by saying anything you do outside of your house is considered a COVID violation, and therefore give us your name and address because we're going to write you a ticket. And if you don't give us your name and address, we'll arrest you.
Yeah.
So there's another right gone out the window. And then, once governments take your rights away, they're not going to give them back.
Can't we take it to human rights court? If
I would pay it, I'd go to my nearest tube. If they gave me a COVID fine, there's no way in God's earth I'd pay it. And I'd do what everybody else should be doing. It should be mass civil disobedience where nobody pays the fine. Absolutely clog this court system up till it's crying because it can't deal with it. And the whole fucking thing will fall apart. Because they won't be able to enforce it. The only way you can enforce it.
It's like the TV license, isn't it? Everyone bloody paying that, and it's like there's people now waking up and saying, "I'm not paying that anymore. I'm just not doing it." If you won't pay your TV license, then why would you pay this COVID fine? It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
I've paid TV license for over 10 years now. Go fuck them. What are they going to do? Come around my house?
Don't they step it up massively each time? They can just keep on ramping it up, but you're still not going to pay it at the end of the day. So.
This is the other thing. You can only enforce the law if people are going to be compliant. And if you've got the majority of people being compliant, then the minority of people that don't want to comply are the ones who will get the grief.
Yeah.
And as well, what you're going to find is people who don't wear masks and people who don't abide by the COVID regulations. They're all the ones that are getting their names and addresses and date of births taken. And where do you think all that's going to end up? They're going to end up under the anti-vaxxer banner, and all that stuff's going to go into a database. And by the end of the year, no matter how many COVID fines you've given out, I guarantee you've got one thing: a fucking massive database of people that the government thinks is against them and against the COVID narrative. That's what they're going to end up with, and that's the reason they're doing what they're doing. And if it all comes to shit, the first thing they're going to come after is everybody on that fucking database.
There's another thing that this lockdown has done as well, and it's put a lot more people on social media, which makes us all our conversations a lot easier to track and predict. You can use prediction, but when they know what you're thinking, they can predict how to manipulate you. It's all intelligence,
and I'll tell you what a lot of these social media companies are doing. And I heard this a couple of days ago, and I haven't verified it, but. What they're doing is they're leaving these posts up for long enough for them to get as much information about that person who posted it before they take it down. So it's not being taken down immediately. It's being left up there. And then if they'll say, so I say put something anti-COVID up on Facebook, not they just headbook, but then they'll wait 24 hours because they'll see how many people like it. Then they'll find out who liked it and then find out all of their information. And then on it goes and on it goes and on it goes. So if, say, 100 people like my post and make comments and whatnot, all those people that liked it and made a positive comment about what I said, they'll all be tracked and traced as well. You're tracking and tracing it's not about finding a disease. Track and trace is about finding an opinion. And if it doesn't go along with the government's narrative, then by jolly, you'll be fucked when the hammer does come down,
So they're more bothered about the fucking COVID shit, but the racism, you know what I mean? Towards footballers and that. Social medias don't give a shit. But yeah, they're bothered about the COVID side. Donald Trump's fucking shit and all that. You got racism going on Twitter and social media. It's not even being touched. Being left alone.
There's fucking child porn on Twitter. There's child porn on fucking Facebook. And that doesn't, what's that all about? So I can, it's the whole anti thing. It's like, you can be anti what the government tells you to be anti. So it's like, if I criticize the Israeli government, I'm anti-Semitic. But if I criticise the Zimbabwe government, I'm not a racist.
China, yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So it just depends who their allegiances lie.
Politics deciding what's correct.
So it's become political to the point where as long as you go with the government narrative on what politics is, then you're okay. If you do anything against whatever the narrative is, then you can't criticise the Israeli government because you'll be called anti-Semitic. And it's like I think when it was when David Icke did had a sold out tour in Australia. Because his tour sold out, he sold out something like 15 venues, all sold out around Australia, minimum 30,000 seats at an auditorium. And 2 weeks before he was due to fly out, they pulled his visa and said it was because he's an anti-Semite. It's just. And that's the way it's going. It's just. Like I said, I'd rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned. And
sure, I love that. That's what again. It's all. This is why these auditing are getting so repetitive because it's the same old spiel that they give us, and in a sense, it is getting boring. People are saying to me now, "Oh, auditing's not as good now. Auditing's going downhill." Well, it's not. It's just because. You're looking from a different angle, and two, you're seeing it being repetitive. But you can watch any audit videos, and they still get watched, they still get views go through the roof, but it's just the same old lines that are being told. Can they not come up with something new?
Yeah, it's exactly what happened with Live Free the other day when he got pulled outside that police station. About 4 of them came out. And the sergeant came out and said, right, give your details to this bloke, you're getting a COVID fine. Even though he said, look, I do this for a living, I can prove I do it for a living, they don't give a shit. They want your COVID fine. They don't even care about the fine. They want your name, your address, and your date of birth. That's what they want. That's what's important to them. That's what they've been told to do by their superiors. Every contact you have, get names, addresses, date of birth. And if you can't get names and addresses, date of birth, use COVID, threaten them with a fine. If they don't, then drag them in and we'll keep them here until we can get their name, address, and date of birth. That's the world we live in. It's Nazi fucking Germany here in the UK.
Yeah.
It's so true.
And if we lose the rights, then
we've lost your freedom, basically.
Good old days.
And that's a certain reason why I've not been out doing much audit since the whole COVID thing started, because I just think the fundamental part of an audit is not giving your ID, as far as I'm concerned. That's my ultimate right. I don't have to give you shit, right? And that's why I'm not auditing at the moment, or since COVID started, especially. Because I know that if I go out, not only am I spend 300 quid on equipment, but I'm going to get fined £200 for using it. It doesn't make sense, does it? So, and with the police being like they are, if they weren't bad enough before, then, they're even worse now.
Do you think that's why AB's kind of gone on the down low?
Yeah, mind you, had some shitty visits from the police as well on the quiet, didn't he? He had them turn up at his house. I think he had them turn up at his house one night at like 1 o'clock in the morning, asking him stupid questions and whatnot. And I took a certain amount of advice from my friends in America before I started auditing, because I got in touch with quite a few of them, and I got a lot of advice about covert cameras and this, that, and the other. And I thought it was all going a bit far, but then the more and more I watched their videos, and the more and more I found out about how they were being retaliated against, especially the Second Amendment guys. This is a bunch of they're police officers that swear an oath to the Constitution of the United States, which under the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. And as soon as you go out and exercise your right to bear arms, they're coming down on your house with a fucking SWAT team and taking all your guns away from you. I mean, what fucking planet? And they're still being fucking harassed for it. And when you do have the upper hand legally, there's some of these guys, this almost park stuff still going on. That was like fucking nearly 3 years ago that happened. So now the police are on the back foot because they know they fucked up. It takes you 3 years to get the shit sorted out. Whereas if you fucked up and the police caught you, you'd be in and out in court within fucking 3 days, and you'd be in jail for 3 years. You know, because that's how it works. When the government fucks up, you try and making them accountable. When you fuck up, they'll hold you account in fucking 24 hours.
Double standards, guys. Double standards. It really winds up. Really does. It's like, you know, but do you know what? Funny enough, it's like I don't know why, and I think I've mentioned this before, and I've said this before. I'm not a royalist at all. I'm not really into the royals, but I've been watching a lot of documentaries on the royals recently. You know, like Princess Diana and all that lot. And I watched The Crown, and they you know, the way they treat each other. You know, they cheat, they lie, you know what I mean, on the inside. Why? You know, it makes you wonder. You know, if they treat each other the way they do, they're in the positions they are. No wonder the rest of the rank follows suit. You know what I mean? It's like, is this where it comes from? If our own royalists are behaving this way, no wonder everyone else follows suit.
You know, this is like the whole. You can go back to the Jimmy Savile thing. You know, there for 30 years, the BBC are flipping, you know, covering up his fucking sex crimes. Do you know what I mean? His crimes against children, his fucking disgusting depravity, and he gets an award from the Queen, and he's a Sir Jimmy Savile, and he's best mates with Charlie. And when Charlie and Diana had all their marriage problems, they brought in Jimmy Savile as a mediator between Diana and Charlie.
It's mad, isn't it? Again, that's another quick question I did put forward to Emma. I asked her, I said, because she even said it when she did a episode on Jimmy Savile, and she said, and this is the tip of the iceberg of celebrities that are doing this. And I just thought, hang on a minute, so who else is there out there then? How many more names are out there that we don't know about? You know what I mean? I bet you we'd never find out. And the other thing as well, they seem to get talked about a lot once they've died. They don't get talked about when they're alive. They get talked about a lot when they've died. It's like, you know what I mean? Let's find out who these people are. Who are the wrong uns? You know what I mean? Let's hold them accountable now, not when they bloody pop the clogs.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching a video a few weeks ago. Max Egan, some of you might know him from the Crow House. He had quite a big YouTube channel, and he got banned, obviously, but I still watch him on BitChute, and he was talking about the Houses of Parliament in Australia, because he's in Australia, and he was saying that they some private investigators got together with some community leaders from around the country, and they built up profiles of these MPs. Now, they came up with 28 MPs that they reckon had enough evidence against to prosecute them for paedophilia, right? And they handed it into the prosecutor's office in Sydney. And all of those MPs now have been effectively, I can't remember the word he used because it's like a legal term, but they've effectively now got immunity from prosecution. Those only the 28 MPs
Why?
Only the 28 Ps have been precluded, or I think the word was precluded, from prosecution. You know, it's like, and there it is. That's the whole system covering its own arse. Just like I said earlier, when we commit a crime, we're in nick within 24 hours. Yeah. When they commit a crime, it can take 25 fucking years for them to get convicted. You know,
I never understand it. Yeah, it's just all messed up. It really is.
How many years did it get the Birmingham 6 and the Guildford 4 to get out of prison? Where the police lied on every fucking statement. They lied in court. They perjured themselves. They continue to lie. Even when new inquests came up, they lied. Even when new evidence came up, they lied. The Crown prosecution covered up for them. And it took them, I think it was the Guildford 4 or the Birmingham 6, took them 16 years in prison before they finally got released, you know? And then you've only got to look at the Hillsborough incident. For 27 years, the police lied at court case after court case after inquiry after inquiry. 27, and they were even lying 18 months before eventually an independent inquiry found that the police were at fault for it. 18 months before that, they were standing in front of another inquest, and they still lied and still blamed the fans for the whole fucking thing. And then there's got these sheeple out there that think the police would never lie. Oh, only for 27 years they lied, blaming 96 innocent people.
Jesus.
Makes me angry. Makes me angry. There's stuff that they get away with just because they've got money and power, and it's like, yeah, I really does.
I'll tell you what's really sad about that story as well, the Hillsborough disaster. I've been to the memorial because I went to a football match up at Liverpool many years ago, and I remember talking to a couple of the guys up there, and they were saying at the time they were talking to me about two Scousers, and they were talking about the families that were going through an absolute grilling, you know, trying to get it through court and this, that, and the out, and a fucking fight they had to put up over the whole fucking thing. And I think at least three of the mums of some of the children that died at the stadium actually died before they ever saw justice. That's how long it went on for. It got to the point where these people were too elderly to even go to court anymore, and eventually they decided they died before their children could be found innocent. How sick is that?
It's no wonder people do what they do, and like, I mean, yeah, it's like setting an example, but it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Does anybody else want to chuck in something final in the comment section? Ask any questions before I bring this to an end. Any final comments from anybody? Appreciate it. It's been a good live today.
Sorry to end on such a fucking sad note, but
no, it's all right. It's just the way it goes. It can go in all different directions, but yeah, thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you everyone who's joined the panel today. I've really enjoyed it today. So
it's been great. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. You know, and like I say, as always, everyone grab your cameras, get out there and get recording whenever you can, whatever you can. Let's spread the positive message wide, far and wide.
And if anyone is out there thinking of taking up auditing, I mean, depending on how many balls you've got, you don't have to go out and do police stations straight off the bat.
That's what I mean.
Just go and do something simple. Go and do something that's not too stressful. Nip down your local industrial estate and just take a few pictures and zip about, and just make sure you're just au fait with what you can and can't do, and just don't do anything you shouldn't do. If you're not sure, I'm sure if you can go into any comments of any channel in the UK, if you go in anywhere and ask, for advice or anything, I'm sure, Kat, myself, Manchester, Carl, give you as much advice as we can.
So many places to go, so many different people. They'll help you out. And like I say, I'll always promote somebody else's channel if I see a good video, and I'll share it on my page, and share as much as possible. So doesn't look like anybody else has got anything else they want to add. So
Batman there with a lovely comment.
Oh, Batman's great. He's a fantastic moderator. Always so supportive, Batman. Absolutely brilliant. He's always been a supporter for a while now. So thank you everybody for joining. If you've got any suggestions for further live streams you want me to do, further topics, people you'd possibly like me to have join my panel, you know what I mean? There's so many people I'd love to get on it. You know what I mean? So many people. So I was quite surprised that Liv3 did join, you know what I mean? So
did he come on earlier? I missed him.
Yeah, he came on, So it's a good one. So thank you very much, everyone. Like I say, comment on any video, comment on this live stream when it goes open. Like I say, any future topics you want anyone to discuss. Any ideas? Like I say, I suppose this going out and filming at shopping centres, I definitely will be out there making further videos in these shopping centres. I can't really say, tomorrow I'm going to be here at such a time, because I don't want to put myself in that position. So it's a different one, but,
she's coming, she's coming, repeat, she's coming.
If you do see me about, come and join me, come and say hello. I'm sure it's the same for any of these guys. If you see us about, and come over and say hello, come and get your cameras out and come and join us. So just record everything, guys. That's all I say.
They run a fucking mile from me. I look like a burr.
Honestly, get a dog and go Odyssey. Let's all go out with dogs. You can't arrest any of us then, because we'll all have dogs with us then. We should all have a guard dog with us. Right, thanks a lot, guys. I'm going to end it now.
Guys.
Okay, bye everyone in the chat. See you all soon.
Well done.
See you later. Yeah.
Right, Kat.